The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 28, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, the House will vote on several bills under the Congressional Review Act to repeal out-of-touch Biden-era Green New Deal policies. H.J. Res. 88, which I introduced this Congress, will repeal the Biden administration's approval of California's de facto electric vehicle mandate. This policy requires California to end the sale of all internal combustion engines by 2035. And 17 states, including the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, are set to adopt this regulation. Let me be clear. No one should be forced to buy a product purely because of government regulation. We cannot allow Gavin Newsom and California Democrats to decide what vehicles my constituents in central Pennsylvania are allowed to purchase. I urge my colleagues in both the House and the Senate to pass this legislation so that President Trump can end this mandate and save our American auto industry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, for years, my colleagues and I in the House and Senate have been sounding the alarm on China's control of the critical mineral resources that our nation relies on. Our nation is rich in natural resources, and we need policies that allow us to utilize them and limit our reliance on countries like China and Russia. Now, President Trump is finally setting us on the right path by signing an executive order to expedite our nation's ability to harvest the deep seabed mineral resources that are just off our shorelines. This executive order will expedite the review process for exploration permits and implement a cross-government plan to advance our nation's ability to harvest these critical resources. Working together with our allies and industry partners, President Trump's actions will create a strong supply chain for these minerals and counter China's influence on this important industry. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as President Trump bolsters our domestic manufacturing, returning production to the U.S., American companies need the workforce to support these industries. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order to modernize our workforce programs to better prepare the American people for these high-paying jobs in the trades. This presidential action will support more than 1 million apprenticeships per year, meaning that the talented students in vocational programs throughout our country will be able to further their careers with hands-on training while being paid. In my district, I've had the privilege of visiting vocational schools such as the Colonial Career and Technology Center in New Oxford and the Bedford Career and Technology School in Everett. And I am proud to see President Trump continue to support the future of these talented students with this executive order. Soon, the American workforce will be even stronger than ever. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the courageous firefighters who have put their lives on the line to fight the 2 wildfires in Pennsylvania's Michoud State Forest. More than 170 firefighters have responded to the emergency, including Vigilant Hose Company No. 1 in Shippensburg, PA. While their work is yet to be finished, these brave men and women have already contained more than 90% of Hammond Rock fire and are nearing 50% containment in the Thompson Hollow fire. On behalf of the entire 13th District of Pennsylvania, I thank these firefighters for their courage in the face of danger and prayed for their continued safety as they continue to fight these fires. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent in which to revise and extend my remarks and include extraneous detail
Without
material.
objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to draw your attention to mid-Michigan, where we'll find the blueprint for how we should be investing in the next generation of American manufacturing. Transformative investments in high-tech manufacturing are not only creating good-paying American jobs and boosting our region's economy, but also showing the entire nation how we can stand up to China and build more in the United States. Hemlock Semiconductor, located in Saginaw County, Michigan, manufactures polysilicon, a critical part of the semiconductor and solar supply chains. Hemlock is one of the few manufacturers in the world capable of refining polysilicon to the purity level needed for leading-edge microchips. The phone you are carrying in your pocket right now probably contains polysilicon manufactured in my district. Hemlock and its parent company, Corning, are redoubling their commitment to mid-Michigan, thanks in large part to federal laws that have incentivized high-tech manufacturing in America. The CHIPS Act is a perfect example of bipartisan investments that have increased America's competitiveness and created more jobs for our workers. With the help of essential CHIPS Act funding, Hemlock is expanding its mid-Michigan footprint by building a new facility that will bring 180 permanent positions and over 1,000 construction jobs in the process. Meanwhile, Corning announced an approximately $1 billion investment to build the largest solar wafer facility in the United States. Partnerships with local colleges and vocational schools are preparing local residents to take advantage of these jobs of the future. And by making these chips in Michigan, we're also standing up to China and decreasing American reliance on them. This chart next to me helps illustrate my point. 20 years ago, the United States produced more polysilicon than any other country in the world. But since then, it is an unfortunate fact that China has been eating our lunch. Today, China is producing 93% of the world's polysilicon, while our share has shrunk to just 2%, all the way down from 57%. The story is similar for solar wafers, cells, and modules. This is bad news for American manufacturing, and it is bad news for our national security. When we rely on China for these components, give the Chinese Communist Party leverage over us, we put ourselves at risk. Even though many Americans don't directly interact with wafers, solar cells, or polysilicon, they are essential that they power our electronic devices. And now, everything from our phones, defense systems, energy, and cars are reliant on Chinese-made products. Everyone in my community remembers 2020, when auto plants shut down because we couldn't get our hands on the microchips we needed during COVID. Building more chips in America will make us less vulnerable to change in global supply chains. With investments like the ones we've seen by Hemlock and Corning, we are rebuilding our might in these industries, bringing jobs back home, and strengthening national security. As I speak, the White House is pursuing an unstrategic tariff plan that will raise costs on those who can least afford it. Instead, to really bring manufacturing back to America, Republicans and Democrats should look to mid-Michigan, where bipartisan work is yielding real results. Again, it will take a bipartisan effort to ensure investments, like what we've seen with Hemlock, continue as we stand up to China, make America stronger, and create even more good-paying jobs of the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of World War II hero Henry Langerer of Clinton, Iowa. Henry was the embodiment of the greatest generation, humble, courageous, and fiercely devoted to his country. On what should have been his high school graduation day, he instead jumped from a C-47 over France, crashing into a greenhouse during the D-Day invasion. Captured by the Germans and sent to a work camp, Henry's indomitable spirit led him to escape, finding his way back to the American forces almost a year later, still wearing his tattered D-Day uniform. After the war, Henry returned home to build a business, raise a family, and serve his fellow veterans. He never stopped loving his country, once saying, "Only America could do that." Henry Langerer lived a life of service, sacrifice, and inspiration. We owe him, and all like him, a debt that can never be repaid. And I had the pleasure of meeting his grandniece this weekend at the University of Iowa ROTC Military Ball. What a special event. May God bless his memory and comfort his family. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend birthday greetings to my younger sister, Mariette Stanson. Happy birthday, Mariette. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the life of Lance Corporal Marciliano Gambino, a proud Marine of Fresno, California, who gave his life in service to our nation. A grateful nation can never, ever say thank you enough to this fine young man and to his family. He answered the call to serve in May 2022, a young man quickly rising to the rank of Lance Corporal by August 2024. After just 28 years of age, Marcelino served with distinction as a combat engineer in the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, 1st Marine Division. His commitments took him across the world with distinction as a combat engineer and as a part of a Marine rotational force all the way to Darwin, Australia. His service was marked by distinction, earning him the National Defense Medal and the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. We, the folks in the San Joaquin Valley, mourn his tragic loss. Our hearts are with his family and his friends, his fellow Marines. His courage, his service will never be forgotten. Semper Fi. God bless. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor an incredible life of another American, Guadalupe Castile, a true American hero, again from my hometown, Fresno, California, from the San Joaquin Valley. At just 18, he entered the United States Army to do his duty during World War II. He faced some of the toughest, fiercest battles that our nation was engaged in at that time. The Battle of the Bulge, D-Day at Omaha Beach, and the liberation of France from the tyranny of the Nazis. His courage and sacrifice helped shape the course of our history, our nation, in the 20th century. But his service just didn't end there. After World War II, he came home, and he devoted 20 years of helping fellow veterans there with the Veterans Administration at the Veterans Hospital in Fresno, inspiring his son to follow in his footsteps. His son still works there today and is considered one of the anchors of the Veterans Administration Hospital in Fresno, and of course, with his dad. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Castile on an honor flight a number of years ago, and I saw him again just recently at the 75th anniversary of the VA hospital in Fresno, before he passed away on Easter Sunday at 100 years of age. My gosh. In that short time, he made a lasting mark on the impressions he made on me, but everyone who he ever touched and met. because he was a true American hero with wisdom, kindness, and an unwavering spirit of 100 years of a life well lived. So we celebrate that century of courage, service, and sacrifice, and we, as Americans, can never ever say thank you enough to Guadalupe Castile, a true American hero from Fresno, California. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss. On April 24th, throughout the country and throughout the world, Armenians recognize the genocide that took place, the Armenian genocide beginning in 1915 to 1923 at the hands of the Ottoman Empire. I stand here today to confront it, to empower by facts, and to determine that we never ever forget the Armenian genocide, the first genocide that took place in the 20th century. Obviously, the Holocaust was to follow later on. So it is a dark history, but we should never ever forget our history. Azerbaijan's President Aliyev, much like Putin of Russia, has led ethnic cleansing and weaponized starvation against Armenians, still today, notwithstanding the Minsk agreement that he has violated. Over 120,000 Armenians in the last 2 years have been driven out of their homeland in Nagorno-Karabakh, otherwise known as Artsakh. Many of them still today are imprisoned and abused, and Azerbaijan must be held accountable. We cannot remain silent. I have joined my colleagues in urging Secretary Marco Rubio to enforce Section 907 of the Freedom Support Act, demanding an end to United States military assistance to the nation of Azerbaijan. They do not need it. They have violated the peace agreement of Minsk. America must make it clear we stand together in unity and continue to tell stories of the past to ensure future generations never forget that. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, the gentlelady from Iowa. Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the outstanding service of my dear friend, one Commissioner Donald Dude Payne, who has dedicated the last 24 years of his life to Brazoria County with an absolutely unmatched spirit of service as well as leadership. Over these many years, Commissioner Payne has been a steadfast champion for the people of Brazoria County. He has tirelessly worked to meet the needs of our community, always treating everyone he encountered with dignity and respect, whether it was assisting families in times of crises, whether it was spearheading critical infrastructure projects, or just simply supporting the growth of our local economy. Dude Payne never missed a beat, Madam Speaker. His hard work and selfless dedication has been the cornerstone of his service. Dude, you have set a gold standard for public service, one defined by integrity, compassion, as well as humility. Your love for Brazoria County and its people shines brightly in everything you've done. As you enter this next chapter of life, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Brazoria County and beyond. Thank you, Dude, for your unwavering commitment to our beloved county. Blessings to you, your wonderful wife, Deborah, your children, your grandchildren, and yes, great-grandchildren. We know you'll be just as impactful in retirement as you were in public service, but your leadership will leave a giant hole to fill in Brazoria County. Congratulations, my friend, on a well-earned retirement, and may God bless you richly. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a dedicated public servant from Brazoria County, also from Brazoria County, Judge Ogden Bass, who was called home to be with our Lord on November the 23rd, 2024, at the young age of 90. I had the privilege of knowing Judge Bass over the years, and his commitment to our community was absolutely unwavering. He was a proud veteran of the United States Army. He dedicated his career to the pursuit of justice, serving as Brazoria County District Attorney, Texas Assistant Attorney General, and presiding for 3 terms over the 300th District Court of Brazoria County. Judge Bass was not only known for just his wisdom and fairness in the courtroom, but also for his deep compassion. He made himself available to the people he served. He would often arrive at the courthouse at 6 a.m. in the morning and be there till 5 o'clock p.m. so that any resident who needed the opportunity to be heard had that opportunity. If you needed help, Judge Bass was there. May God bless his family, especially his beloved bride of 70 years, Nan Gale. May the judge's legacy of integrity, service, and justice continue to guide Missouri County for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor a true Texan whose life reflected the very best our great state has to offer. John Lee Sullivan, a fifth-generation Galveston Island resident, went home to be with our Lord on December the 24th, 2024. John's contributions to Texas were immeasurable. He served veterans through the General Land Office and Veterans Land Board. He launched successful ventures in real estate and poured his heart into the Sullivan Land and Cattle Company, caring deeply for the land and the livestock. John also served his community with passion, sitting on the Galveston City Council, serving as Mayor Pro Tem, and contributing to organizations like the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association. His leadership and his faith has left a lasting mark. May God bless his family, including his beloved wife of 53 years, Cindy, and may his legacy continue to shine and be a beacon for Galveston. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to first and foremost submit an article by Fareed Zakaria. I hope everyone gets to read it. We'll be circulating it to all members about the Trump plan to go after our university system and destroy the research that goes on at our universities and massive cuts. As Mr. Zakaria points out, this would decimate our economy, and I think every member of Congress needs to know. But, Madam Speaker, I also heard Representative John Kasich on television just before I came here talking about how the Democrats don't have a plan. They don't have a plan that they're going to utilize. Well, and I have great respect for John, but I want to say, oh yes, under Hakeem Jeffries, we do have a plan, especially as it relates to Social Security. Our colleagues on the other side do not have a plan, or the plan that they've proposed is to cut benefits to Social Security. Madam Speaker, it may, I don't know if you realize how many Social Security recipients you have in your district, but there's over 170,000 of them, including 134,000 retirees, including 18,000 disabled workers, 8,000 widows, 3,000 spouses, 9,000 children. But Madam Speaker, here's the most important thing, and most members of Congress don't realize this. Do you know how much money comes into your district monthly to those recipients? That's $318 million that Mr. Trump and Republican leadership want to cut. A 20% cut across the board to Social Security would decimate people all across the district, including Iowa and Connecticut and every other district. So we have a plan. Here's our plan. Social Security, and the American people, and especially the people in our audience today, ought to understand, hasn't been enhanced by Congress since 1971. Richard Nixon was president of the United States. There are more than 70 million Americans who rely on Social Security. Of those 70 million, over 30 million of them, this is the only benefit, retirement benefit, that they have. So, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that there's an across-the-board increase. And under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, that's what you'll see, an across-the-board increase, a tax cut proposal for people who have to work out of necessity, but end up having to pay taxes on their Social Security. But we pay for it to make sure that it doesn't impact the trust fund. We also pay for the repeal of WEP and GPO because that's vitally important as well. We also make sure that there's no longer a wait period for disability, where we see that so many people have died waiting to receive their disability payment. It's long overdue that the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for children of this country, and more disability that goes out to veterans than it goes out through the VA, comes from Social Security. Congress needs to act. I would hope it would be bipartisan, but we can't even get a hearing, let alone pass a bill. What is there to be afraid of? Every constituent listening to this ought to demand of their member of Congress. If you disagree, you got a better plan. For God's sake, put it forward. But how much longer do the American people have to wait to receive the benefits that they paid for? This is an earned benefit. This is no entitlement like the other side calls it. People paid for it, and you can check it out right on your paycheck. It says FICA, Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose? Yours. You have paid for this benefit. Your government, your Congress has let you down. They have not addressed this since 1971. It's long overdue that we not only address this, but enhance this so that Americans get what they richly deserve, especially those in Iowa.
Does the gentleman yield? The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, we've had an interesting 2 weeks out of this building, and sadly, my home state of Wisconsin made the news again in an effort to remove not just any person here illegally, but somebody who had broken the law, an abuser, somebody who under normal circumstances would not be viewed favorably. We had a judge in Wisconsin stop the hearing. Let's not worry about putting this guy in jail. Let's let him sneak out the back door so he is not removed from this country. This was after about a month ago, our governor, Tony Evers, nice guy, he came out with a directive implying that state employees ought not to be that gung-ho when it came from removing state employees from this country if they were here illegally. So we have 2 examples in Wisconsin alone in which elected officials aren't on the page of addressing the immigration laws. So now, I think it's important that we all be articulate enough to explain to people back home why these immigration laws are necessary, and be articulate enough to explain we are not being mean to immigrants. I do not hear enough people talk about the fact that in the prior 3 years, and it goes up and down by year, but if you take a rolling average, in the last 3 years, we have over 800,000 people every year sworn in as new citizens legally in this country. How often do you hear about that? 850,000 people who did it right. So it's not impossible to make your way under here. And by the way, that is historically a very high number. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, frequently that number was only a little over 100,000. So the number of people being sworn as new citizens are already 8 times what they were in the 60s and 50s. Nobody should apologize or saying we're being mean or not letting people in here. What we are doing is, if we let these people who came here legally in, is we're kicking in the face anybody who did it right. We know we have a housing crisis in this country, and when you begin to flood this country with another 10 million people, as happened during the Biden administration, given the law of supply and demand, we know it's driving up rents, making it more difficult all the time for your average American to attain the American dream. I should also point out that we have significant numbers of visas which allow people to come here as well. We have about 900,000 at any time, temporary workers or trainees. We have over 5 million, well over 5 million, people here on visas for temporary visitors for business and pleasure. As far as college students are concerned, we allow another over 400,000 people in this country on student visas. It is incredibly easy to get in this country, or not always easy, but millions of people come into this country legally and are able to do so. We do not have to have sympathy for people who came here illegally. And I think it's important that we educate the American public on that, because soon we're going to have to start the next phase where we not only get rid of the criminal element that's came in here, but we have to begin to get rid of the 10,000 people or 10 million people who may have not broken a horrible law, but broke the law just by coming here. It is a complete kick in the teeth to anybody who wants to come here legally to allow Joe Biden's 10 million people who he let in the last 4 years stay here. One more thing I want to address. As we begin to work on Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, I want to remind people in this chamber that right now we've got a system of benefits whereby if you are a single parent and you marry the father of your children or mother of your children, you can lose easily over $25,000 a year. In other words, the U.S. government spends $25,000 a year bribing single parents not to get married. I thought in this country we were supposed to treat people equally, but we don't treat people equally. We have an overwhelming bias in favor of keeping parents
Gentleman's time
from
has
being
expired.
married. And I hope the people of this chamber remember that as we put together Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. We should not pass that bill unless we do something first about the massive marriage
gentleman's
hatred
time has
that we
expired.
have. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, the world grieves the death of your own good and faithful servant, Pope Francis. In his gentle and disarming manner, he showed the world the wide embrace of your mercy. In his humble and unassuming way, he revealed the promise and strength of your love for all creation. By his commitment to the poor, the downtrodden, the overlooked, and the underappreciated, Pope Francis showed us how to live your gospel of compassion, kindness, and faith. Truly, Pope Francis lived his life in honor of you, O Lord, and now in his death, he honors you still. Receive him into the eternal joy of your kingdom. And may the testimony of his life and his death give evidence that whether we live or whether we die, we are yours, O Lord. And may his witness be unto us an inspiration, that we would choose, in the time allotted to us in our lives, to live as faithfully each day for you. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, I ask that consent to address the House 1 minute or less and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Since President Donald Trump earned a mandate, he has been winning on behalf of American families. Among his achievements, President Trump announced illegal alien crossings hit a new record, which is down 98% over last year. Latest inflation report showed consumer prices declined for the first time in nearly 3 years, including the largest monthly decline of prescription drug prices on record and plummeting gas prices. Inflation dropped for the first time in 17 months, and Trump deregulations are saving nearly $11,000 per family of 4. A national emergency to protect American workers to level the playing fields for American businesses. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, exposing war criminal Putin's lies. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable leader, President Richard Benson, as he prepares to retire after 8 years of service to the University of Texas at Dallas. Under his leadership, the university has soared to new heights, expanding research, increasing enrollment, and strengthening UTD's reputation as one of the top public research institutions in the nation. During his tenure, President Benson championed innovation, supported world-class faculty, and opened doors for thousands of students to achieve their dreams. Over the past 8 years, UTD has grown in size and stature, and its impact on the Dallas-Fort Worth region and the entire state of Texas has never been greater. This includes opening the first phase of the Edith and Peter O'Donnell Jr. Atheneum, which features UT Dallas art museums. The museum showcases an array of Asian art exhibits as well as pieces from the university's growing collection of Latin American art. President Benson's legacy will live on in every lab, in every classroom, and in every life changed by this incredible university. President Benson, thank you for your vision, your dedication, and your unwavering belief in the power of education. On behalf of the entire House and the people of the Texas 32nd Congressional District, we wish you all the best in your next chapter. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on proposed questions at a later time. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice Congressional Gold Medal Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 452, a bill to award 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team in recognition of their extraordinary achievement at the 1980 Winter Olympics where, being comprised of amateur collegiate players, they defeated the dominant Soviet hockey team in the historic Miracle on Ice, revitalizing American morale at the height of the Cold War, inspiring generations and transforming the sport of hockey in the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 452.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, no one's done more work on this than its originator, our esteemed colleague from the great state of Minnesota, Pete Stauber. I would like to yield such time as he may consume to him.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice Congressional Gold Medal Act. Who can forget those words from legendary announcer Al Michaels? 11 seconds, you got 10 seconds to go. The countdown going on right now. Morrow up to Silk, 5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Who can forget those legendary words on that Friday, February 22nd, 1980? What that hockey team did for our country during that time. They beat the most powerful team in the world, these amateurs from our college ranks. They beat the best team in the world. They beat the best team in the world at the 1980 Olympics in Lake Placid. Nobody gave them a chance. In fact, that game was tape delayed because they didn't think it was going to be significant. And that was the most powerful moment in the history of sports. And Madam Speaker, I want to talk to you about the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota is the state of hockey. It's our way of life. I'm the first professional hockey player ever to be elected to the U.S. Congress. I have 2 other brothers that played professional hockey. My nephew plays with the Utah Hockey Club. Hockey is our way of life. And what this 1980 Olympic team did is unimaginable for the sport of hockey. Those Minnesotans, for my district, Buzz Schneider, Mark Pavlich, Bill Baker, Phil Verkota, John Harrington, from the district. If you look at the small towns where they came from, Grand Rapids, Evelyn, Babbitt, Virginia, Duluth, these players grew up loving the game. And when they put that USA jersey on, coached by Herb Brooks, we all remember white jersey, USA on the front, or a dark blue jersey, USA on the front. 10 days before that game, Madam Speaker, they had an exhibition game and they were blown out at Madison Square Garden. Yet, a few days later, Herb Brooks had them ready. They were conditioned, they were ready, they played as a team. Movies were made about it. You know, growing up in Duluth, I had the privilege of watching many of these players play. Mark Johnson, who scored 2 goals in that game, from the University of Wisconsin. I saw him play at the Duluth Arena against Minnesota Duluth. He was magical. Phil Verkota comes from Duluth East, just a hard-working blue-collar family. Goes to the University of Minnesota as a standout. Bill Baker from Grand Rapids. Mike Eruzione from Boston University. Jack O'Callahan. Mark Wells from Bowling Green. These players meant something to their communities. In fact, it's really weird because I represent Babbitt, Minnesota. There's a realtor up there. And it was just last year, Madam Speaker, that I asked the realtor, would you please bring me by Buzz Schneider's home, his small home in Babbitt? I want to see where he grew up. The love of hockey, the love of the game. I know exactly where I was, Madam Speaker, when they won. I was at the Pine Valley Ice Shelter in Cloquet, Minnesota. I was my first year Bantam, and there was one of our parents that came running out of the Zamboni room. He had just watched the little black and white TV and said, "We beat the Russians, we beat the Russians." I remember sitting on the bench. Why is he yelling that? Little did I know it would be a sports moment of the century. Little did we know 2 days later, on that Sunday when they played Finland, and it wasn't going to be a gimme game. They had to work hard, and they beat Finland. Remember Coach Herb Brooks when he said, if you lose this game, you're going to take it to your blankety-blank grave. Your blankety-blank grave. They were ready for that. They were ready for it. And then I just played Al Michaels' last 11 seconds of the game. To me, it gives me chills being from the state of hockey, knowing these players. Madam Speaker, it was just a little over a month ago that we brought 4 of those players to Washington, D.C. on Hockey Day on the Hill to promote this Congressional Gold Medal Act. You know, the night before those players spoke to our conference, I had the privilege of going out to dinner with them. And I remember Captain Mike Eruzione, I was sitting right next to him, and he says, you know something, Pete? This game changed my life. He was either going to be a member of the military, a police officer, or a firefighter. And he said, this game changed my life. That moment changed my life. And he said, I did well in my life. He said, Pete, for the United States of America to give our 1980 Olympic team the Congressional Gold Medal, it's the cherry on top. We will never be able to do anything bigger than that. To have that captain say that to me. That's why it was important that I worked on both sides of the aisle, that we got over 290 signatures to get it on the House floor. The Congressional Gold Medal, there's going to be 3 of them minted, Madam Speaker. One is going to go to the ice rink in Lake Placid where they won it. One is going to go to the United States Hockey Hall of Fame in Eveleth, Minnesota, the home of Mark Pavlich. And the third one is going to go to the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs. We want to recognize that moment. 45 years ago, I often wonder, why didn't we do this sooner? Why didn't we do this sooner? And we should have. But that moment helped elevate the game of hockey across the United States. It helped elevate girls hockey across the United States. And I want to share, my younger brother Rob was the coach of the women's gold medal team in Pyeongchang, where they won in overtime. Being an Olympic gold medalist, following these men in their careers, they were heroes to us. Those of us that laced up the skates, we couldn't wait to get that USA jersey on. Even playing ball hockey in the driveway or in the street. This nation, it brought this nation together like no other sporting event. We needed it at that time, and these young amateurs provided it for us. I want to finish with a list of thank yous, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank Congressman Mike Quigley, Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain, Congressman Bill Keating for co-leading this legislation with me. And I want to thank Senators Kramer and Schumer for spearheading the bill in the Senate. I also want to thank the other 293 members of Congress who co-sponsored this bill to give these men the honor they deserve. Second, I want to thank the National Hockey League and USA Hockey, who have been championing this cause alongside me and have been instrumental in getting this bill on the floor today. And finally, I want to thank the players of the Miracle on Ice team. Bill Baker from Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Neil Broughton from Roseau, Minnesota. Dave Christian from Warroad, Minnesota. Steve Kristoff from Richfield, Minnesota. Jim Craig from Easton, Massachusetts. Micah Ruzioni from Winthrop, Massachusetts. John Ba Harrington from Virginia, Minnesota. Steve Janicek from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Mark Johnson from Madison, Wisconsin. Rob McClanahan from St. Paul, Minnesota. Ken Morrow from Flint, Michigan. Jack O'Callahan from Charleston, Massachusetts. The late Mark Pavlich from Evelyn, Minnesota. Mike Ramsey from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Buzz Schneider from Babbitt, Minnesota. Dave Silk from Scituate, Massachusetts. Eric Strobel from Rochester, Minnesota. The late Bob Suter from Madison, Wisconsin. The late Mark Wells from St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Phil Verkota from my hometown of Duluth, Minnesota. And finally, the legendary and late coach Herb Brooks from St. Paul, Minnesota. One of the best coaches forever in the game of hockey. I'm excited to vote on this bill shortly, Madam Speaker. I want to thank these young men for creating the most memorable moment in sports history and demonstrating to the world the unwavering strength of the American spirit. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Yes, I want to join in applauding the gentleman from Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Minnesota. I rise in support of his bill. I can't possibly do justice to the passion and the eloquence that he brought to this floor just a minute ago. Today, we vote to honor the young men who re-inspired a country at the height of the Cold War. The legislation awards 3 gold medals, as the gentleman from Minnesota outlined. They're going to 3 different locations. This is the highest civilian award, and it makes that award to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team, whose victory marked a pivotal moment in American sports history. On February 13, 1980, the U.S. hockey team historically defeated the Soviet Union 4-3 at Lake Placid Winter Games. Prior to their victory, the talented yet untested U.S. team was deemed an underdog. Many of them were college players. They were, on average, 22 years old. They had played together only a few months. Leading up to the game, the U.S. players took part in a 7-month training program designed to confront a Soviet team that many considered to be the best-conditioned hockey team in the world. However, through steadfast commitment, grit, hope, and determination, the U.S. team emerged victorious and established a much-needed sense of national pride across this country. Even decades later, I hope that these themes can continue to inspire us to confront the difficult challenges that we face as a nation today. The events of the Miracle on Ice serve as a critical reminder of the importance of rising to meet the challenges of our time through steadfast commitment and grit. I applaud Mr. Stauber, who spoke with such passion and such knowledge, and the other sponsors of this bill, and urge my colleagues to support this measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise to support H.R. 452. The bill awards congressional gold medals honoring the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. You can't say it better than Mr. Stauber did. It's such a beautiful, impassioned speech from someone who's lived so much of hockey. But the quote from Coach Herb Brooks that sticks out to me is, "Great moments are born from great opportunity." We all know the line. It's an unforgettable one. And they seized the moment at a time when I was too young to really comprehend what it meant. And you watch it later in life as a guy who enlisted in the Army in the Cold War, to see moments like that move the nation and unite us. You see what sports can do. At the same time, the Soviet Union had a hockey team that was dominant on the ice. They seemed insurmountable. But our American athletes showed they were not. It showed the hope and optimism that was possible, that within our country we could defeat unsurmountable odds. And the coach and that team deserve the credit. I'm glad that we're taking this opportunity to honor them with a Congressional Gold Medal. These 20 men played with everything they had. They outskated, outplayed, and just fought harder, leaving everything on the ice to win that victory. I urge all of our colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Ohio has no further speakers. And he indicates that he has no further speakers. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This legislation awards 3 gold medals, congressional gold medals, to members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team whose hard work and commitment inspired a country at the height of the Cold War. I hope that in recognizing this victory, their legacy will continue to inspire us and to unify a country that faces significant divisions. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, I want to reiterate the importance of the 1980 Olympic men's ice hockey team, uniting during such a challenging and turbulent period in American history. Their unforgettable victory solidified the nation's legacy of excellence both on the ice and on the global stage. We owe these men a great debt of gratitude for transforming and shaping the landscape of American hockey over these past 4 decades, and I'd say broadly sport itself. Thank you again to Congressman Stauber for his leadership and to all my colleagues for helping advance this important measure. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 452? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 617.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 46, H.R. 617, a bill to amend the Visit America Act to promote music tourism and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 617, the American Music Tourism Act of 2025, led by my good friend, who's a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend, Representative Hartsberger. This bipartisan legislation directs the National Travel and Tourism Office to promote domestic and international tourism to U.S. music festivals, concert venues, and other music-related attractions. Music tourism is a significant economic driver. Estimated that by 2032, it will become a $13.8 billion industry. By enhancing our promotion of music-related tourism, we can stimulate local economies, create jobs, and showcase America's rich cultural heritage. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 617, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 617, the American Music Tourism Act. But I know Republicans want to pretend like it's business as usual around here. But the daily chaos and illegal activity that we're seeing from the Trump administration is not business as usual. The reality is that 15 of the 16 bills we're considering today from the Energy and Commerce Committee, including this one, should already be law. They were already agreed to last year as part of a bipartisan bicameral legislative package that was set to be passed and signed into law in December before Elon Musk intervened and killed the agreement. That package included important provisions that would have lowered costs for hardworking Americans, but instead of passing it and sending it to the president's desk to be signed into law, my Republican colleagues allowed Elon Musk to decide what becomes law. And what's especially upsetting about this is that my Republican colleagues know this was a good agreement that would have helped people. It included provisions to lower prescription drug prices, crack down on junk fees, lower gas prices, ensure our water is safe to drink, and fund community health centers and teaching health centers. But Speaker Johnson chose to cave to Elon Musk. Though it may be delayed, I am pleased to be supporting the passage today of the American Music Tourism Act. Americans are fortunate to have a rich musical heritage. Throughout the United States, you can find countless venues where talented musicians perform, and these venues attract millions of people from around the country and the world who want to see their favorite artists or visit the place where famous musicians have launched their careers, all of which contribute significantly to our local communities. Music and musical venues are very important to my district in New Jersey. Asbury Park has been the home of the legendary Stone Pony for over 50 years, one of the places where New Jersey's famous son, Bruce Springsteen, got his start. Red Bank, New Jersey, is the site of the Count Basie Theater, named in honor of William Count Basie, who revolutionized jazz music and whose legacy continues through the theater, which continues to support and inspire new generations of local musicians. This is why I am pleased to support the American Music Tourism Act. This bill would direct the National Travel and Tourism Office to promote domestic and international travel and tourism in the United States. Venues like the Stone Pony and the Count Basie Theater will help expand the already significant economic contributions that these venues bring to our local and national economies. So I want to thank Representative Barragan for her leadership on this issue, encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. These bills, for the most part, that we're going to be considering today were part of that original package that Elon Musk negated. But we are going to try to move those bills today, despite his what he did to try to scuttle everything. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume my good friend from the great state of Tennessee, Ms. Diana Harshberger.
The gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Chairman Gus Bilrakis, as I affectionately call Gus. And I thank Ranking Member Pallone for supporting this act. And we have the opportunity today to vote on legislation centered around something that brings us all together, and that's music. And today we'll take up the American Music Tourism Act under consideration, and it's a bipartisan piece of legislation that I'm proud to have led through the House alongside my co-lead, Representative Nanette Barragan. It'll require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Travel and Tourism to develop a plan to boost music tourism, welcoming both domestic and international visitors to experience the rich musical heritage we have across America. It also ensures that Congress stays informed with regular reports on our progress, our success, and our challenges that we face. And importantly, let me emphasize, this bill will not require any additional taxpayer dollars. It's a smart, efficient, and unique way to support our economy without increasing spending. And whether it's New Orleans, the birthplace of jazz, or Seattle, where they rock out to grunge, or you look at the cradles of hip-hop, which is L.A. or New York, or it could be Austin, which proudly calls itself the music capital of the world. Our nation's overflowing with the rich history of music. But for those of us in Tennessee's 1st District, which I represent, this bill is especially personal. We're home to treasures like Dollywood, which is in Pigeon Form, which is the home of Dolly Parton, and the birthplace of country music, which is in Bristol, Tennessee, and places that just don't celebrate our culture. They also drive tourism, create jobs, and strengthen our communities. And I can't forget a little town in my district called Sneedville, Tennessee, and that's the home of Morgan Wallen. My favorite song is The Way I Talk, and I thought for a long time, Mr. Speaker, that he wrote that about me. But I come to find out he didn't. And as a tribute to Dolly Parton, all I got to say is we've been working longer than 9 to 5 to get this bill across the finish line, and I'm so thankful for the strong bipartisan partnership that made it possible today. So I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, sir, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
Yeah, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close, so yes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that this bill, as I said, was part of that bipartisan package that we had hoped would be passed last December, but for Elon Musk. But this bill is important. I know that back in Asbury Park in particular, they'll be very happy to know that our Congress is paying so much attention to American music tourism. So with that, I would ask support on both sides of the aisle for the legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. And let me tell you, the Speaker on the floor of the House of Representatives in the great state of Florida used to begin his speeches by saying, "I'm fired up," and I'm fired up, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to pass a great bill that promotes America. And the previous bill as well, honoring the USA 1980 hockey gold medal team. So this is a great day in the state, actually D.C., of course, but all over the United States for America. So in closing, I urge a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman has yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 617? Those in favor, please signify by saying yay. Yay. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 973.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 54, H.R. 973, a bill to establish consumer standards for lithium-ion batteries.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Ruckus, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You are recognized for as
Thank
much
you,
time
sir.
as you may consume.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 973, the Setting Consumer Standards of Lithium-Ion Batteries Act, led by Representative Torres. H.R. 973 requires the Consumer Protection Safety Commission to issue consumer product safety standards for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries used in micromobility devices, addressing the serious fire hazards they pose. Tragically, defective batteries, particularly those imported from China, have already claimed too many lives. I want to thank my colleagues, again, Representative Torres, Representative Langworthy, Representative Clark, and Representative Garbarino for their bipartisan leadership to protect consumers and first responders. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 973, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized for as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 973, the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act. This legislation will protect Americans from fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. It directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to require manufacturers to comply with safety standards for rechargeable lithium-ion batteries in micromobility devices, like electric bicycles and scooters. And fires caused by faulty or misused batteries are on the rise. Between 2019 and 2023, there were more than 400 fires, 300 injuries, and 12 deaths from fires caused by lithium-ion batteries in New York City alone. In February, a fire caused by lithium-ion batteries at a recycling facility in my home state of New Jersey required the evacuation of over 100 residents from their homes and caused massive property damage. Last month in California, a 6-year-old girl, her grandmother, and great-grandmother were all tragically killed in a house fire caused by a lithium-ion battery. Now, we're witnessing all of these tragic accidents in communities across the nation, and yet there is no mandatory federal standard to ensure lithium-ion batteries are safe. And as electric bikes and scooters grow in popularity, we must ensure that the CPSC adopts a strong federal safety standard for lithium-ion batteries. Consumers deserve to know that the products they buy are thoroughly tested and safe, and this legislation would do just that. But I have to say that compliance with this bill depends on enforcement by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Like other legislation we're considering this afternoon, it depends on the existence of a strong bipartisan and independent CPSC to protect Americans from unsafe products. At the same time that our Republican colleagues vote for this bill, they will continue to remain silent as President Trump's callous willingness to risk the safety of all Americans continues by his planning to eliminate the CPSC and fund its mission fold its mission into the Department of Health and Human Services, which itself will have a dramatically smaller workforce and narrower mission. Eliminating the existing CPSC or stripping it of the independent and bipartisan structure that Congress has mandated puts children and all Americans' physical safety in grave danger. The CPSC is a small agency tasked with a massive job to protect consumers from hazards associated with a vast array of consumer products, from infant car seats to window blinds to home repair equipment. And American consumers deserve to have a peace of mind that the products we're bringing into our homes are safe. I hope my Republican colleagues will finally begin to speak up against President Trump's dangerous plan to consolidate power in the White House and eliminate the critical agency that does a lot of this enforcement work at the expense of our children's safety. So I commend Representative Torres for his leadership on this issue. I also want to thank Representative Clark for championing this bill in our committee. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, but again, I will stress that without the CPSC enforcement, this legislation is not going to mean much. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I reserve the balance. I'm prepared to close, but I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I don't want to take away from these bills. Each of the bills that we have today is bipartisan, came out of our committee. But it is a shame that they weren't passed already in December, but for Elon Musk, and it certainly would not be helpful. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Torres is here. So we can't close yet, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pallone, would you like to yield time?
Yes, I'd like to yield to him.
Representative
I'm going to
Torres?
yield to Mr. Torres, who's a Democratic sponsor of the bill, 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill entitled the Setting Consumer Standards for Lithium-Ion Batteries Act. I'm deeply grateful to Chair Guthrie, Ranking Member Pallone, Chair Bilirakis, and all the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for their support. I'm equally grateful to my partners in this effort, Congress members Yvette Clarke, Andrew Garbarino, and Nick Langworthy. At the heart of our legislative progress has been the tireless advocacy of the FDNY, the finest and bravest fire department in the nation. The sheer speed and scale of destruction caused by a lithium-ion battery fire is nothing short of staggering. In the Bronx, we witnessed one of our few neighborhood supermarkets, 2096 Grand Concourse, instantaneously reduced to rubble by a 5-alarm fire caused by a malfunctioning lithium-ion battery. These fires are happening with greater frequency and ferocity across America. Nowhere has this crisis been more acute than in New York City, which has emerged as the epicenter of lithium-ion battery fires, with more than 1,000 incidents since 2019. The number of fires has been rising relentlessly, from 30 in 2019 to 44 in 2020 to 104 in 2021 to 219 in 2022 to 268 in 2023 and to 279 in 2024. In just 4 years, America's largest city has seen an over 800% surge in these fires, creating an unprecedented crisis in public safety. Poorly manufactured lithium-ion batteries, often imported from China, are hidden ticking time bombs waiting to detonate in American homes and neighborhoods. The danger has become too great to ignore. Today, the House is poised to pass bipartisan legislation that will finally empower the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish mandatory safety standards for the manufacture of lithium-ion batteries in e-mobility devices. In doing so, we are acting to prevent needless fires, save lives, and safeguard communities across our nation. And we are honoring our most sacred duty to protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from a coalition of stakeholders in favor of this bipartisan legislation.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Jersey now reserves. The gentleman from Florida, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I'm not sure whether the gentleman would like to close.
I have no additional speakers,
Okay.
so we can close at this time.
All right, very good. Thank you. I encourage a yes vote, and I congratulate Representative Torres and others for this great bill. And obviously, I encourage a yes vote. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as I hate to keep repeating, but these bills are all good that we're considering this afternoon, but they should have already become law, but for Elon Musk. And again, it's important that we reauthorize these programs or authorize programs for the first time. But unless we have enforcement ability from the agencies like the Consumer Product Safety Commission, they're not going to mean much because they require enforcement and investigation, and basically the agencies are the ones that make sure that these that this type of legislation is effective. So I hope that my Republican colleagues will see fit to speak out against the abolition of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and putting it in another department is not going to help because they'll have less workforce and less ability to function. But with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey has yielded remaining time. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 973? Those favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative,
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose is the gentleman?
I demand the yeas and nays.
Very good. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will remain, will stand and remain until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass my bill, H.R. 1402.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 43, H.R. 1402. A bill to require sellers of events tickets to disclose comprehensive information to consumers about ticket prices and related fees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Birakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You are recognized for as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1402, the Transparency in Charges for Key Events Ticketing Act, or the Ticket Act. I'm proud to lead this bill alongside ranking member, my good friend, Mr. Chakowski. This legislation is about empowering consumers and ensuring fans can enjoy live events by improving ticket price transparency. H.R. 1402 requires all platforms selling event tickets to show the complete price with all required fees right from the start, because people budget for these, Mr. Speaker, these games, whatever, or concerts, what have you. They need to know up front what the price is going to be. It also guarantees customers can get their money back if an event is canceled or rescheduled, and cracks down on misleading ticket sites. It's a great bill. This bill further prohibits the sale of tickets the seller doesn't yet have, a practice known as speculative selling. Eliminating this tactic helps level the playing field so more fans have a fair shot at attending events, and they deserve that. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this very good bill, H.R. 1402, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized as much time as you may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1402, the Ticket Act. This bipartisan legislation creates a fairer and more transparent event ticketing marketplace. It ends the surprise fees on tickets for concerts and sporting events that understandably frustrate consumers. With this legislation, the price you see when you're shopping for event tickets will be the price that you pay. No hidden fees raising the price at the checkout point. And this bill also prohibits companies from selling tickets they don't have, requires refunds for events that are canceled or postponed more than 6 months into the future, and cracks down on fraudulent ticketing websites. American consumers need and deserve these common sense protections, yet these protections are meaningless without strong and consistent enforcement. House Republicans are standing by in silence as the Federal Trade Commission, the agency entrusted with enforcing this bill and several others under consideration this afternoon, is compromised by the Trump administration and the president's illegal political attempt to fire the 2 Democratic commissioners. This unlawful decision undermines the legitimacy and transparency of the agency's decisions, sending a message that no commissioner, regardless of party, is safe, and no business that harms consumers should fear accountability so long as it shows sufficient loyalty to the president. Now, I urge my Republican colleagues to recognize that restoring the FTC as an independent agency, as this Congress intended, is essential to ensuring this bill and similar efforts to protect consumers are fully effective and enforced without fear or favor. But I want to thank the wide range of stakeholders who worked on this bill, and particularly the consumer groups, for their unwavering support of this bill. And of course, I particularly want to commend our subcommittee chair, Bill Arakis, and our ranking member, Schakowsky, for the years of hard work on this legislation. And finally, I need to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the contribution of my late colleague and dear friend from New Jersey, Congressman Bill Pascrell. He was a tireless advocate and leader on improving the ticketing experience for consumers, and I'm proud to have partnered with him on his longtime efforts that are included in the bill we have before us today. When the Ticket Act was on the floor last year, Bill gave an impassioned speech in support of all-in pricing and the other consumer protections in this bill. And so I strongly urge my colleagues to support the legislation, the Ticket Act, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield at this point 2 minutes to the subcommittee chair and the Democratic sponsor of this bill, who's really worked on this for such a long time, Ms. Schakowsky from Illinois.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Frank Pallone for his support and leadership, but I really want to talk to, Gus Bilirakis and I have been working for over 2 years now on this piece of legislation that is going to bring such delight and security for consumers, for artists who really want to benefit from being able to get the wonderful products that they can put their money into so that they can have their families enjoy so many things. We know that there have been hidden fees. These companies who say that this is how much it is going to cost you to be able to go to an event, to be able to go to a concert, and you think, and the people who are trying to buy these think that these are going to be the fees that they are going to have to pay. But sure enough, by the time the product is ready to be paid for, often it can go as much as 40% higher. That is really cheating on the people who are trying to spend their money, who are trying to spend the work that they do. And so we know that when we have the Ticket Act, that it is going to be only the amount that you believe is at the first time that you're going to go for the money, that is the money that you're going to pay, no more. And so it is about time that these scammers who are going and raising the price of these events are now going to not be able to do that. People are going to get exactly what they had asked to do, that they had put down. So the Ticket Act is really a happy event. And so we need to pass this legislation, and I know that lots and lots of people and people who are artists are going to really do better. And I look forward so much, finally, after a couple of years, and it passed the House of Representatives overwhelmingly in the past Congress. So it is time for us to get it done. So thank you, Gus. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you, Frank. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. I just want to say this. It's been great working with Representative Schakowsky on a number of bills over the years. She has really been very cooperative, and we're doing good things for the American consumer. I also want to say that this is it's a very pro-family bill. You know, we've got to get our kids out to some of these ball games, some of these concerts together as a family. But it's very difficult to budget when you don't know exactly what the price is going to be ultimately. So, and I want to commend some of the artists such as Kid Rock, who pays he'll buy the tickets and give them to people that deserve those tickets that otherwise would not be able to afford them. So, and my good friend Tony Orlando as well. Just wonderful, wonderful artists that do so much for our country, particularly our military and our veterans. So with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey. You are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers.
I have no speaker, so I reserve as well.
Very good. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you. This is a really important consumer protection, and I'm glad to see that our committee and the subcommittee, you chair, Ms. Schakowsky as a ranking member, is taking on so many of these consumer issues today and in the future. So with that, I would ask support on both sides of the aisle and yield back.
Very good. The gentleman from New Jersey has yielded back. The gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote in the memory of Bill Pascrell, who did such a wonderful job on this particular issue, and I'm glad we're getting it across the finish line. So I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida has yielded back, and now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1402? Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, yes. For what purposes?
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. The gentleman from Florida requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1442.
Does the gentleman wish to call the bill as amended?
Yes. Yes, I do.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1442, a bill to ban the sale of products with a high concentration of sodium nitrate to individuals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1442, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act, led by Representative Trahan. Since 2017, the United States has experienced a troubling increase in self-poisoning cases involving sodium nitrate. many of which stem from easy online access to high-concentration products. This bill aims to confront that threat by implementing a narrowly focused prohibition on the sale of consumer products containing sodium nitrate at concentrations above 10%. I want to thank Representative Trahan for her strong bipartisan leadership on this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of 1442, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1442, the Youth Poisoning Protection Act. Sodium nitrite is a highly toxic substance. Ingesting even a small amount is likely to be fatal. Unfortunately, online forums are providing detailed instructions and real-time guidance on how to acquire and use this substance to take their own lives. Sadly, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this has led to a sharp increase in self-poisoning using sodium nitrite. By banning the sale of high-concentrate sodium nitrite to consumers, H.R. 1442 will make it less accessible to people contemplating suicide. Experts have made it clear that there is no good reason for consumers to purchase sodium nitrite at such high concentrations. So I want to commend Representative Trahan for her leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized. The gentleman reserves.
I'd like to yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, who is the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Trahan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding, and as well as his leadership and Chair Bilrakis on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I introduced the Youth Poisoning Protection Act alongside Representative Mike Carey because we are facing an urgent and deeply troubling trend. The promotion of sodium nitrite, a toxic chemical, as a method to die by suicide. In 2022, the New York Times revealed the existence of online suicide forums that don't just discuss suicide, they promote it. Anonymous users on these platforms encourage vulnerable children and young adults to end their lives, and they often suggest using this chemical to do it. Now, most Americans have never heard of sodium nitrite, but for families who have lost loved ones, it's something that they'll never forget. In lower concentrations, it's a chemical used safely to cure meats and fish, but in higher concentrations, it's deadly. And for the few who have survived attempts to end their lives using sodium nitrite, they report agonizing pain as the chemical deprives their body of oxygen. After learning how easy it is to purchase high-concentration sodium nitrite, my office worked with retailers to limit access to businesses with a proven use for the chemical. But some sites still openly market it as part of a so-called suicide kit to people in crisis. There is no federal law that allows us to stop this. That's where this bipartisan legislation comes in. The Youth Poisoning Protection Act would restrict sales of sodium nitrite above 10% concentration to businesses with verified industrial or commercial use. That threshold is based on expert recommendations for safe handling and won't interfere with legitimate industries like food processing. This bill is focused and reasonable. It targets bad actors who are exploiting a loophole to profit off tragedy, and it does so without burdening responsible businesses. That's why last Congress, this bill passed the Energy and Commerce Committee unanimously before passing it here on the floor with overwhelming support. Now we must finish the job. I urge my colleagues to support the Youth Poisoning Protection Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Lady reserves.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I reserve. I'm prepared to close after Mr.
Gentleman
Cologne.
reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers, so I'll close. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as you can see, a lot of these consumer protection bills that we're considering today are actually very important, as is this. So I would urge bipartisan support and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Again, I want to commend Representative Trahan and Carey. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1442 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 146.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 146, an act to require covered platforms to remove non-consensual intimate visual depictions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 146, the Take It Down Act by Senator Ted Cruz. The bill addresses a serious gap in our current law, a loophole that came to light in my own district. My sheriff in Pasco County, Florida, Sheriff Snocco, we had a meeting on this particular issue. And then I also talked to Senator Cruz about this. Senator Cruz had a constituent, even prior to me meeting with the Sheriff Snocco, on this particular issue. So this is how we get things done. The best ideas come from the people, and this is very necessary. So a teacher in my district used AI to create explicit content of his students, incorporating real images of his students taken from a yearbook. Under current law, only the use of the actual photos is illegal. The AI-generated sexually explicit content is not. Because of this gap, law enforcement they were unable to fully charge this particular individual, this sick individual, in my opinion, for the scope of the images in his possession. Had this bill been in effect, his actions would have been criminalized in full. So as technology evolves, so much of our laws, we need to keep pace. There's no question. We must continue working hand in hand with our law enforcement partners to stay ahead of these emerging threats and safeguards. We need to safeguard our most vulnerable. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of Senate Bill 146, and I know that the House sponsor is Representative Salazar from Florida. She's a great friend of mine. Let's get this done. We need to be protecting our children. So I will reserve the balance of my time at this time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to speak in support of S-146, the Take It Down Act. The legislation addresses the non-consensual sharing of intimate images online, one of the most significant harms proliferating on the internet in recent years. Advances in generative artificial intelligence and other photo manipulation software have enabled the creation of digital forgeries that place victims in sexually explicit situations that never actually occurred, but can still cause massive reputational and financial damage to those who are targeted. Some of the platforms hosting actual and computer-generated non-consensual intimate images have promised to address such abuses online and protect their users. But nevertheless, victims report great difficulty in getting such images removed from the internet, and they tell us that they feel powerless as it spreads or even resurfaces years later. The Take It Down Act will require social media and other online public platforms to provide a mechanism for people to notify the platform of non-consensual intimate images in which they are depicted. It also requires the platforms to take reasonable steps to remove the images from their platforms within 48 hours. I want to thank Representatives Dean and Dingell for their leadership on this issue, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume. The sponsor, the House sponsor of this particular bill, my good friend, a very effective member of Congress from South Florida, Ms. Salazar.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every generation of Congress faces moments that test our commitment to justice. And today is one of those moments. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote yes on S-146, the Take It Down Act. The Senate has already done its job. They passed this legislation unanimously. Now it's our turn, the House of Representatives. This is our moment to stand up, to protect our children, and make this the law of the land. The name of the legislation is Take It Down. The mission of this bill is simple, profound, and long-lasting. It stops cyber abuse. It prevents the bullying of one child against another, and even more importantly, it prevents suicide born out of shame. It is outrageously sick to use images, the face, the voice, the likeness of a young, vulnerable female, to manipulate them, to extort them, and to humiliate them publicly, just for fun, just for revenge. And that is why we created this bill, to stop the abuse spreading like wildfire right now on social media. It is widely known that 99% of the time, the victim, most of them girls, don't even know their faces, their bodies, their intimate parts, are being circulated around the internet in fake, compromising, pornographic images. Unfortunately, in life, perception is reality. And even though the images are fake, the consequences are very, very real. Even though, as I said, the images do not belong to them, those girls are paying for them dearly. With shame, with humiliation, the unbearable suffering when you're 14, 15 years old. And up until now, there was no recourse. Just imagine waking up one morning to find yourself trapped in a nightmare that you never created. And this is exactly what's happening to our children, and this is why we must act. The bill, called the Take It Down Act, finally sends a very loud and clear message to big tech. If you, big tech, do not remove these fake images within 48 hours, you are as guilty and as responsible as the predator who created them. I'm talking to Snapchat, to Instagram, to TikTok. All of them will have to comply within 48 hours when a victim demands and calls you and tells you that you got to remove those images. No more excuses. You, big tech, you have to take it down. Now let's talk to the bullies, to the predators, to the perverts, the one who created this fake material, who are hiding behind a computer. If you dare to do this again to another innocent child, most of them girls, you are going to prison. You will be in jail for a long time, so don't do it and don't dare to do it anymore. A great place where you can sit and ponder what you've done to another human being. Today, we take away the power from the aggressors and the accomplices, and we give it back to the victims and their families. Up until now, the parents, the victims, found that the school couldn't do anything, the police couldn't do anything, the big tech would not even pay attention to them. But no more. Now they can, because we are passing this law. What a great honor it is for me to be part of this initiative, one of the first ladies which has personally championed, and that the President of the United States himself endorsed this legislation from here, from the recent State of the Union that he conducted in front of Congress. And he explained the President as a vital step to defend our sons and daughters against online predators. My fellow colleagues, this is not about politics, this is about basic human dignity. This is about protecting the most vulnerable among us, the children. The Commander-in-Chief called on us to act on this law and in this very chamber a few weeks ago, as I just mentioned. So now I urge the House of Representatives to vote yes on the Take It Down Act. Let's make history today. Let's protect our children. Let's just take it down. Thank you, and I yield back.
And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Madeline Dean.
Pennsylvania.
I said Pennsylvania. Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, madam.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank Chairman Bilirakis and Ranking Member Pallone for bringing this bill forward. I, too, rise in support of a bill that was my bill, and it is my bill as well. Senate Bill 146, the Take It Down Act. I thank you, Congresswoman Salazar, for your leadership on this, Congresswoman Dingell, for your longtime leadership on this, for leading the efforts with me on the House side. I thank Senators Cruz and Klobuchar for their strong leadership on this. As we speak, the internet is awash in real and fake, non-consensual, intimate imagery. And the consequences, as you just heard, are devastating. For every victim, their family, for their community. It happens to men and boys, to women and girls, and most often, it happens to women and girls. As AI becomes more prevalent in our everyday lives, Congress must meet this moment. We must empower and protect victims from bad actors who share their intimate images, real or fake, without consent, and from the most harmful developments of AI. During the 2023-2024 school year, 15% of high school students reported hearing about deepfakes of non-consensual intimate images, kids at their schools. It happened to one of my hometown constituents, a 20-year-old bright college student named Jack Sullivan was sextorted by two men claiming to be a woman internationally on Instagram. They threatened Jack, telling him they would post intimate images of him unless he paid huge sums of money. And he paid, and he paid. And when he could no longer pay their demands, Jack took his own life. We must do better for Jack and every other victim of these crimes. As a former educator, as a mother, as a grandmother, this sickens me. As an elected official, I am moved to act to protect our children. Congress must create guardrails to protect Americans' privacy and dignity at a time when online exploitation is easier than ever. That's what our bill does. Take It Down criminalizes the publication of real or fake AI-generated intimate images, and it requires websites to react, to respond, and to remove these horrifying images and videos within 48 hours of a victim's report. I would suggest they act even faster. But finally, we will hold online platforms accountable and social media companies accountable. This cannot wait, which is why I am pleased to have bipartisan support for this bill. Thank you again, Representative Salazar, Senators Cruz and Klobuchar. I thank the First Lady and the President for their leadership on this, and I implore all of my colleagues to join us in supporting this important bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume. The great chairman, Energy and Commerce Chairman, a good friend of mine, was doing an outstanding job, in my opinion. I yield him as much time as he may consume. Representative Guthrie from the great state of Kentucky.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of H.R. 633, the Take It Down Act, and echo the sentiments of my friend from Florida, Representative Salazar, Representative Dean. I appreciate the comments that they just made. Working with Representative Dingell, Congresswoman Dingell, with Senator Cruz, and to get to where we need to be in order to combat this crisis for malicious deepfake pornography. Last month, I joined a bipartisan group convened by the First Lady, where we heard from young survivors and their parents who were targeted by those abhorrent practices. I want to thank the First Lady for her leadership and for shining a light on this dark, destructive crisis. I'm sad to say that this issue struck close to home with the heartbreaking death of my constituent, 60-year-old Eli Heacock.
He tragically fell victim to an online extortion scheme showing my community the dangers of predators targeting our kids online. I sat with his family just this last week with his mom, his dad, and his brother, talked about the tragedy that happened in his life and their determination to see that we move forward in this Congress, not only on this bill but others, to make sure that it doesn't happen to other families like theirs. And we're all praying for that dear family. The heart-wrenching stories we've heard tells us all we need to know. It is time to send the Take It Down Act to the President's desk so we can give survivors and law enforcement the tools they need to combat this crisis. Urge my colleagues to vote in favor for this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, a member of our committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to Chair Guthrie, to my ranking member, Frank Pallone, who puts up with my intensity on this subject often, to Chair Bilirakis, and to my co-leads, Rep. Salazar, Dean, and Pfluger, as well as Senators Cruz and my compatriot many days working for violence against women, Senator Klobuchar. I rise today as a strong, unwavering advocate for women, children, and survivors of abuse, and in support of this bill that I helped lead, S-146, the Take It Down Act. The rise of deepfake pornography and non-consensual intimate imagery is a growing crisis that demands urgent action now. We need to work together to protect women and children from these evolving threats. New generative artificial intelligence tools are being weaponized to humiliate, silence, and terrorize women and children. We've seen it used against children as young as middle school, as a tool to create revenge porn, and against women in public life, both sides of the aisle, including our own colleagues. None of my colleagues think that this is acceptable, and it is a crisis that demands immediate action. We have a responsibility to act, not tomorrow, not next year, not after more damage is done, but now. The Take It Down Act gives victims a clear, fast pathway to have these images removed from online platforms, holds perpetrators accountable, and ensures that tech companies do their part. They have responsibilities. And this is just one piece of a broader fight, one I've been in for years and not going to stop fighting, to end violence against women, address coercive control, and stop the misuse of technology to harm survivors. Let me be clear. This bill should already be law. It passed the Senate unanimously. It was included in last year's Congress's end package until it was stripped out at the end. I won't get political on that because I want everybody to vote for it right now. It should never have happened. I urge my colleagues to support the Takedown Act. Let's get this across the finish line and to deliver for the women and children who are counting on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
Yes, I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. So I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge unanimous support for this legislation. Once again, this is another very important bill as part of this consumer protection agenda today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the President of the United States for shedding light on this particular bill at the State of the Union. I also want to thank the First Lady, our great First Lady as well, for her support on this particular bill. I want to thank Representative Dean, Representative Dingell, and of course Representative Salazar, who It was also actually the main sponsor of the bill in the House, and Senator Cruz, who worked so very hard to get this done. This is a bipartisan accomplishment, and we're going to be protecting our kids if we pass this particular bill. It will go to the president once we pass this particular bill. So let's get it done. Let's pass it unanimously. Again, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 146? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker,
Yes.
on that I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1479.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 48, H.R. 1479, a bill to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other places of short-term lodging and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1479, the Hotels Fees Transparency Act of 2025, led by Representative Kim. This bipartisan legislation aims to prohibit unfair and deceptive advertising of prices for hotel rooms and other short-term lodging by requiring that all mandatory fees, including resort fees, be included in the advertised price. Hidden fees can significantly inflate the cost of accommodations, leading to consumer frustration and eroding trust in the hospitality industry. By ensuring transparent pricing, we empower consumers to make informed decisions and promote fair competition among lodging providers. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of this particular bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. Far too often when consumers go to check out of their hotel rooms, they're hit with surprise fees. Hotel and online travel agencies have many names for these types of fees: resort fees, amenities fees, facilities fees, to name just a few. But regardless of what they're called, surprise fees that consumers do not expect make it impossible to comparison shop and impose undue burdens on household finances. So H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act, is a bipartisan bill that will ensure that companies disclose all mandatory fees when they advertise the price of a hotel room or other place of short-term lodging. This bill will also require hotels and other providers of short-term lodging to provide the total cost of a room to any internet website or other third party that the provider has allowed to advertise, market, display, or otherwise offer the short-term lodging for sale. By ensuring everyone in the short-term lodging ecosystem displays the full price of a stay, we'll protect consumers from being caught paying extra when they go to checkout. I want to thank Representative Castor, Mullen, Kim, and Fry for their bipartisan leadership on this issue. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
Mr.
Florida.
Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume. Representative Kim from the great state of California, a very effective lawmaker. Thank you. I yield that time, whatever time she chooses. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Bilirakis, for yielding. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. hidden fees on short-term lodging, whether it's at hotels, motels, inns, resorts, or rentals, make it harder for families to plan for a trip. Too often, what looks like an affordable overnight stay online turns out to be far more expensive once these deceptive charges are added. Additionally, the way these prices are advertised are fragmented and are not uniform. Americans deserve price transparency so that they can appropriately budget for their travels. The Hotel Fees Transparency Act requires providers of short-term lodging to disclose upfront the full cost of a stay, including all mandatory and service fees. It would also require the lodging and booking industries to clearly display the final price of a stay, providing transparency for consumers and improving American tourism and hospitality. I want to thank Representatives Castor, Fry, Mullen for their collaboration on this bipartisan, common sense, pro-consumer legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes now to the Democratic sponsor of the bill, gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who's also the ranking member of our committee's Energy Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Mr. Pallone for yielding the time, and thank you to Chairman Bilirakis for his partnership on this endeavor as well. I rise in support of H.R. 1479, the Hotel Fees Transparency Act, to help families save money and to ensure that their hard-earned vacations go as planned. I'd like to thank Representatives Kim, Mullen, and Fry for partnering with me on this bipartisan legislation that will increase cost transparency for hotels, motels, and short-term rentals. Mr. Speaker, have you ever planned a vacation and you searched online and you thought you found a great deal at a hotel or a short-term rental, but then you were surprised at check-in or check-out? There were a lot of surprise fees added on. Well, this piece of legislation will prohibit that kind of unfair or misleading price advertising for hotels and rentals. It will require accurate price listings that must include all mandatory and resort fees. Now, I have to say, it is a privilege to represent the state of Florida in the Congress, and I know my friend Mr. Bilirakis will agree. We enjoy welcoming visitors from all across the nation, all across the globe to come to Florida for their vacations. Unfortunately, sometimes visitors, and it's not just in Florida, but sometimes visitors arrive and they are surprised by a lot of these resort fees and add-ons that were not part of the bargain. And that's not fair. Consumers deserve to see upfront prices when they plan their budgets and their vacations. They shouldn't have to play a guessing game when planning a trip about what the final cost of their vacation will be. You know, the cost of living right now is very high, and it's just not fair to allow this kind of unfair behavior to continue. So I'm going to urge all of our colleagues in the House to pass the Hotel Fees Transparency Act. It'll be a win for families and consumers. It's about fairness, it's about transparency, and allowing hardworking families to just focus on making memories together and not worrying about surprise charges and costs. So I'll urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. Again, I would urge bipartisan support for this legislation. Another bill, like the Ticket Act, really, that provides transparency where it doesn't exist right now, and as a consumer protection. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. In closing, again, I encourage a yes vote. I want to thank, again, Representatives Kim, my good friend Kathy Castor from Florida, Representative Mullen and Fry and others who worked on this particular bill, good consumer bill. And again, let's get this done as soon as possible. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1479 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Not as amended, just House H.R. 1479. My correction. Sorry. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2480.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 41, H.R. 2480. A bill to require Select USA to coordinate with state-level economic development organizations to increase foreign direct investment in semiconductor-related manufacturing and production.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2480, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act of 2025, led by Representative Landsman. This legislation directs the Department of Commerce's Select USA program to coordinate with state-level economic development organizations to increase foreign direct investment in semiconductor-related manufacturing and production. Semiconductors are critical to our national security and economic prosperity, yet recent shortages have exposed vulnerabilities in our supply chains. By fostering investment in domestic semiconductor production, this bill aims to enhance supply chain resilience and reduce dependence on foreign sources. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.R. 2480, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 2480, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act. Semiconductors are a necessary component of everything from consumer electronics to automobiles to our national defense weapons system. The United States, once a global powerhouse in semiconductor fabrication, has become dangerously reliant on other countries to manufacture these chips, which are vital to both our national economic and security interests. And that's why I was proud to help lead the passage of the Chips and Science Act, a transformational law passed in 2022 that strengthens our manufacturing base and helps create good-paying jobs for American workers, unleashes more innovation, and lowers costs for consumers. And that law is investing over $52 billion into domestic semiconductor production, research, and development. But reshoring America's semiconductor supply chains requires carefully crafted policy, economic, and market stability, and state and federal government partners empowered to support the industry. The Trump administration is offering our country none of these things and is instead pulling the rug out from under this critical sector by increasing their construction costs with tariffs on critical trading partners, creating unstable markets, conditions through careless policy, in my opinion, and abruptly firing the government workers and domestic manufacturers that depend on it. And this weakens our manufacturing sector and hinders our ability to bring good jobs back to the United States, and it will increase costs for American families who are already struggling to make ends meet. So the legislation before us today will provide valuable information about how we can take well-informed steps to increase foreign direct investment to further advance our efforts to strengthen the semiconductor supply chains, create more jobs, and continue to revitalize American manufacturing. I want to commend Representative Landsman for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes now to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Landsman of Ohio, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. The Semiconductor Supply Chains Act, as it's been said, is a very straightforward, common-sense bill. It will help strengthen our domestic semiconductor industry and grow U.S. manufacturing. Semiconductors are the foundation of modern technology and core to our national security. They power everything from our cell phones to our laptops, cars, medical devices, critical infrastructure. They are key to the way in which we live our lives. And they are, in fact, very important in terms of national security. The more we can build these semiconductors here, the better. That means we don't rely on other countries. And what this bill does is it directs the Department of Commerce to work with state economic development agencies to better understand how to attract not just American investment, but foreign investment into America's semiconductor industry. It will help identify the gaps and the barriers and the opportunities to bring these new investments and then inform Congress so that we can boost investments from our allies and our partners. There is way too much uncertainty in our economy right now. This bill is smart, bipartisan, and a good way to protect and grow our supply chains. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
Yeah, and I have no additional speakers as well. I'll reserve.
I would urge
From New
support
Jersey is
for,
recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I urge support for this legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2480? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Excuse me, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1721.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 53, H.R. 1721. A bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a study on the feasibility of manufacturing in the United States products for critical infrastructure sectors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1721, the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act, led by Representative Miller Meeks, my good friend, and she's an outstanding representative. We're very fortunate to have her on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, is vital to the United States, not only for economic stability and job creation, but for maintaining our global leadership in emerging technologies. To sustain this leadership, it is crucial that we identify and address barriers to making critical products here at home. Otherwise, we risk becoming reliant on countries like China. This legislation will advance domestic manufacturing while safeguarding our economy and national security. Again, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this particular bill, a very important bill, very critical, H.R. 1721, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1721, Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act. Our nation's manufacturing base was once the envy of the world, but unfortunately, it faced steady headwinds for decades. The United States' share of global manufacturing activity declined from 28% in 2002 to less than 16% in 2021. Fortunately, the work we did under the Biden administration, passing the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act, started to turn the tide. Our nation added over 700,000 manufacturing jobs during President Biden's time in office. But we must not allow President Trump to put this great progress in jeopardy with his chaotic trade wars and uncertain tariff policies. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stand with the domestic manufacturers they claim to support by speaking out against the uncertain market environment that this administration has thrown manufacturing into. We should be working together on common sense investments and legislation to strengthen domestic supply chains and manufacturing, as we have done before, instead of allowing President Trump and his friends to crash our economy, including the manufacturing sector, with careless policies. So H.R. 1721 will commission the Department of Commerce to study the costs, benefits, and feasibility of manufacturing products within critical infrastructure sectors so we can take well-informed and strategic next steps to bolster our nation's supply chains. And I want to thank our Democratic sponsor, Representative Schreier, for her work and leadership on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to Dr. Miller Meeks from the great state of Iowa.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chair Bilirakis, for yielding. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1721, the Critical Infrastructure Manufacturing Feasibility Act. This bipartisan legislation that I co-led with Representative Schreier directs the Secretary of Commerce to conduct a comprehensive study examining the feasibility of manufacturing critical infrastructure products here in the United States. At a time when we have a president who is going to make good on the promise to onshore manufacturing and have a resurgence of manufacturing in the United States, there is nothing more important we can do than to reauthorize Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and pass H.R. 1721. The challenges we face regarding our supply chains and manufacturing capabilities have been brought into sharp focus in recent years. We cannot continue to allow foreign competitors, particularly China and the Chinese Communist Party, to control our supply chains and create economic vulnerabilities. Consider our energy infrastructure and emerging technologies. We've seen how foreign control in critical minerals needed for solar panels and battery production has created bottlenecks in our renewable energy transition, also in the manufacture of vehicles. Similarly, the components required for data centers that power our artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence capabilities are largely manufactured overseas, creating significant vulnerabilities in these strategically important sectors. These examples demonstrate with painful clarity that our nation's critical infrastructure, spanning 16 designated sectors, including energy, communications, transportation, healthcare, military, and more, cannot be dependent on foreign supply chains. This bill takes a measured, data-driven approach to addressing these vulnerabilities. Within 1 year of enactment, the Secretary of Commerce would be required to identify high-demand critical infrastructure with manufacturing constraints, do a cost-benefit analysis of domestic production, and determine the feasibility of such production. By supporting this bill, we're taking an important step toward rebuilding American manufacturing capability in strategic sectors. We're creating a roadmap for revitalizing rural communities that have been sidelined for far too long while critical infrastructure components are manufactured overseas. This legislation not only shields America from global supply chain disruptions, but also identifies which rural areas are well positioned to become manufacturing hubs. The strength of our nation is enhanced when the materials used in our critical infrastructure and the products Americans purchase are produced domestically and American-made. When manufacturing happens on American soil, we retain the innovation, the intellectual property, the economic benefits, and the long-term prosperity that comes with it and rebuilding the middle class. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense bipartisan measure to strengthen America's critical infrastructure, create opportunities for American workers, and enhance our economic security. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers. Do you have?
I have no further
You have
speakers.
none? All right, I'll just, Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank again Dr. Miller Meeks and Representative Schreier for this great piece of legislation. So again, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1721? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2482.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
2482?
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2458.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 42, H.R. 2458, a bill to amend the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act of 2019 to prohibit the Federal Communications Commission from granting a license or United States market access for a geostationary orbit satellite system or non-geostationary orbit satellite system, or an authorization to use an individually licensed Earth station or a blanket licensed Earth station. The license, grant, or market access or authorization will be held or controlled by an entity that produces or provides any covered communications equipment or service, or an affiliate of such an entity, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record for this particular bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2458, the Secure Space Act. Advancements in satellite technology has enabled broadband internet to be deployed at commercial scale. We must protect these systems from foreign adversaries. The Secure Space Act would prohibit the Federal Communications Commission from granting a license for geostationary orbit and non-geostationary orbit satellite systems if they are owned or controlled by an entity that provides communications equipment that pose an unacceptable risk to U.S. national security. Common sense. I would like to thank Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone for their leadership on this particular bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2458, the Secure Space Act, bipartisan legislation that I introduced last month with Energy and Commerce Chair Guthrie. There's no question that we're once again in the midst of a new space age. It's opening a variety of new frontiers, curiosity, and innovation, including the use of satellites in space to help provide broadband and other communication services. But as the demand for satellite services increases, so does the need to protect these communication networks from untrusted actors and equipment. We can't risk having our satellite networks face the same challenges we've seen in some of our other communications networks, which may be more challenging given the fact that satellites operate globally. It's therefore imperative that we ensure the satellite marketplace and the relevant supply chains are protected from threats by non-trusted actors. So H.R. 2458 helps meet these objectives. This legislation will extend the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act framework to the licensing of both geostationary and non-geostationary orbit satellites, as well as the authorization of U.S. Earth stations. Effectively, this legislation will prevent entities identified as national security risks from gaining a license or authorization to access the U.S. satellite market. And this is especially relevant given that the combined satellite fleets of China and Russia have grown by about 70% in the last 2 years. By applying the secure and trusted framework to the satellite industry, we'll take another crucial step towards protecting the public from untrusted entities and our foreign adversaries. The requirements in this legislation will not only benefit our nation, but will also help further the United States' ability to protect our allies, as they too rely on these global satellite networks for broadband and emergency services. So I want to thank Chair Guthrie for working with me on this bipartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this timely legislation to protect Americans from untrusted actors seeking to use our communication networks against us, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I'll reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, and I would urge support for the legislation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2458? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2444.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 45, H.R. 2444, a bill to establish a critical supply chain resiliency and crisis response program in the Department of Commerce and to secure American leadership in deploying emerging technologies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection. I think they turned me off. Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2025, led by my good friend, a very effective member of Congress, Representative James from the great state of Michigan. I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. James, as I said, Ms. Houchin, Ms. Dingell, who's now the ranking member at this particular time, and Ms. Kelly for their bipartisan legislation. During the pandemic, our country saw all too well the effects weak supply chains can have on business and the American people. It's important that we, as a country, better prevent and mitigate insecurities within our supply chains to better protect our economic and national security. This legislation is paramount to protect such American security, but by mapping and monitoring our supply chains and mitigating future vulnerabilities, we will also secure our global leadership and the advancement and development of emerging technologies. So I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this particular bill, H.R. 2444, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. A gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request as much time as I shall require.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act. I want to thank my co-leads of this bill, Representative John James, Robin Kelly, and Aaron Houchin. This bipartisan bill builds on the work we've done in recent years to strengthen American manufacturing, foster innovation, and protect both our economic and national security. It gives the federal government the tools and the authorities needed to map, monitor, and respond to supply chain vulnerabilities before they escalate into full-blown crises. This legislation includes critical provisions from last Congress' Supply Chains Act, which I co-led, including a provision to designate the Assistant Secretary of Commerce to lead a government-wide supply chain resilience effort. It also ensures input from labor and lays out a national strategy to coordinate action and prevent future disruptions. Leaving our manufacturers and suppliers vulnerable creates fragile supply chains that threatens both our economic and national security. This bill is a critical step towards preventing debilitating shortages. We must invest, rebuild, and protect our industrial base from threats to innovation and competitiveness. For too long, poorly negotiated trade deals, job outsourcing, and the decline of unionization have hollowed out our industrial base, leaving manufacturers and suppliers vulnerable. We have a responsibility to rebuild American manufacturing and protect workers because doing so is essential to both our economic strength and our national security. Supply chain legislation is vital to our long-term competitiveness as a country, and I'm glad to see the progress is being made on this bill. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2444, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend, a very effective member of Congress, Mr. James from the great state of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2025. I especially want to thank my chairman and friend and mentor, Chairman Bill Arrakis, for his leadership and support, and my good friend Debbie Dingell from Michigan, who has been a mentor to me on the ways of D.C. and bipartisanship, family friend for such a long time. I also have the pleasure of sharing the opportunity on this bill with Aaron Houchin, my classmate, Robin Kelly, and Pat Ryan, my West Point classmate. This is an example of Congress coming together, reaching across the aisle, and working in the best interest of the American people. There are so many more instances of this type of bipartisanship than what you may see on the news. But, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly how Congress is supposed to work, and I'm very proud of my bill. No matter how you slice it, and no matter what industry, there's not a single American who isn't impacted by supply chains. In Michigan's 10th Congressional District, supply chains are the equivalent of rocket fuel, providing the firepower for the #1 manufacturing district in the entire country to power Michigan's local and state economy. Having strong and reliable supply chains is essential to ensuring that every American can get the food, fuel, medication, and every other consumer good they desire. This bipartisan bill is about bringing jobs back home and lowering costs for hard-working families. And in today's world, supply chains are no longer just about cheaper prices at Meijer or Walmart. They are vital to America's national security interests as well. We must do everything in our power, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our nation's supply chain is resilient, shock-resistant, protected from nefarious foreign adversaries as well. This includes the Chinese Communist Party. The threat from China is real, and the time to act is now. During COVID, we witnessed the risks of depending on a hostile supply chain with shortages in medicine, PPE, ventilators, and critical healthcare supplies when they force us to rely on our adversaries for these life-saving resources. Let me say that again. During a pandemic caused by a Chinese-made virus, the American people we're forced to depend on the CCP for life-saving supplies. That will never happen again. It is ludicrous and absurd, a clear wake-up call that we would be foolish not to heed. To achieve a strong, resilient supply chain, we must have a coordinated, whole-of-government approach that decreases our dependence on adversaries and leverages American ingenuity. It is crucial for our economic and national security. Promoting resilient supply chains is a step in the right direction. This legislation specifically will create a supply chain resiliency program to identify and address gaps in critical industries and emerging technologies, establish an early warning system to predict and prevent supply chain disruption, and reduce dependence of adversarial nations by incentivizing domestic manufacturing. Resilient global supply chains are the cornerstone of American innovation and leadership, and we must take clear and decisive action in the global competition. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, H.R. 2444, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chains Act of 2025. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers and are prepared to close.
Yes, I have no further speakers. So, yeah, I welcome you.
I urge our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2444 and yield back.
Very
Gentleman
good.
yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, in closing, again, I want to commend Representative James for his great work on this particular bill. Very necessary. I encourage a yes vote on the bill, obviously, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2444? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Moved that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2482 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2482, a bill to reauthorize the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2482 as amended, the NTIA Reauthorization Act, led by my good friend, Chairman Latta. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration plays a critical role in today's communications ecosystem, but Congress has not reauthorized NTIA since 1992. The NTIA Reauthorization Act ensures that NTIA has the tools it needs for today's needs. It elevates the head of the NTIA to an Undersecretary of Commerce to reflect the important role NTIA plays. It eliminates unnecessary reports, codifies 2 critical offices, and authorizes NTIA for 2 years. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2482, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2482, the National Telecommunications Information Administration Reauthorization Act. Over the 4 years of the Biden administration, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, did tremendous work to help connect all Americans to high-speed, reliable, and affordable broadband. And the historic $65 billion in broadband investments we included in the bipartisan infrastructure law are helping supercharge these efforts. It is now time for the Trump administration's NTIA to unleash the rest of this funding so that states can connect as many Americans as possible to fast, reliable, and affordable internet. Congress has also tasked NTIA with other meaningful responsibilities. The agency manages federal spectrum and its users, as well as coordinates with the Federal Communications Commission to ensure that our airwaves are effectively managed in safe and secure manner. It's also charged with advising the President on advanced technologies. A lot has changed since the NTIA was last reauthorized in 1992. We should ensure that it continues to have the authorities it needs to implement many of our nation's broadband efforts and technological advancements in such areas as spectrum management and artificial intelligence. H.R. 2482 helps achieve this goal. This bipartisan bill reauthorizes the NTIA and elevates its leadership by making its administrator an undersecretary within the Department of Commerce. Taking these important steps will better reflect NTIA's importance as the President's primary advisor on telecommunications and technology policy. This bill also includes important provisions to codify NTIA's current work and responsibilities. I thank Communications and Technology Subcommittee Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Lada for their bipartisan work on this bill. With this legislation, we ensure that NTIA has the authorities it needs to continue connecting all Americans to high-speed, reliable, and affordable broadband and overseeing innovative technology development. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as you may consume to the chairman of the Energy Committee, my good friend from the great state of Ohio, a legislative machine, in my opinion, as much time as you may consume again. Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Florida for yielding. I greatly support and thank his work that he's done on this legislation to get it to where we are today. I rise in support of H.R. 2482, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Reauthorization Act of 2025, which I am pleased to lead with the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, my good friend, the gentlelady from California's 7th District. The NTIA is an agency within the Department of Congress tasked with advising the President on matters related to telecommunications policy. It is responsible for a variety of activities, which include federal spectrum management, administration of broadband grants, internet governance, representing the United States in international telecommunication forums, and developing cybersecurity policy. As the chairman has mentioned, Congress has not reauthorized NTIA since 1992, before many of these responsibilities existed or were relevant. This legislation ensures NTIA has the right structure and resources to fulfill its 21st century mission as it's directed by Congress. Today's NTIA plays a key role in our effort to maintain global leadership in wireless communications. NTIA has important statutory obligations to manage federal spectrum, which is especially important as federal and non-federal use of spectrum has intensified with the explosion of mobile phones and new connected technologies. We must make sure NTIA's leadership reflects the important role it plays today, both domestically and internationally. This legislation elevates the NTIA administrator from an Assistant Secretary of Commerce to an Undersecretary of Commerce. This elevation will help NTIA best represent the United States as it coordinates with other agencies and works with other countries. Finally, this legislation will codify two key offices within the NTIA, the Office of Spectrum Management and the Office of International Affairs. NTIA's role has drastically changed since it was last reauthorized, and I appreciate the work from the agency and my colleagues to update its authorizing statute. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2482, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida
I
is
reserve.
recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California and the chair of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, or the ranking member, sorry, gave her a promotion, who's been a leader in this field.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank Representative Dingle for yielding me time. And I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Lana, for his bipartisan partnership on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the NTIA Reauthorization Act. We introduced this bill to ensure America continues to stand as a global leader in communications and technology. The National Telecommunications Information Administration, or as we call it, NTIA, plays a vital role in ensuring the United States' strong technological leadership. This federal agency is integral for getting people connected, ensuring we can communicate in emergencies, and bolstering our cybersecurity infrastructure. Yet, Congress has not reauthorized NTIA in over 30 years, and the pace of innovation and demand for connectivity has increased dramatically over the last few years. We need strong leadership and expertise to help us meet this demand. NTIA advises on the rapid deployment of artificial intelligence and manages the efficient uses of our airwaves. NTIA is also charged with carrying out the bipartisan infrastructure law historic $65 billion investments to expand affordable and reliable high-speed internet access to communities across America. Communities like the Sacramento region, where just 20 minutes outside the city, rural areas still suffer major gaps in broadband coverage. Progress to close the digital divide, however, is currently at a standstill. This critical broadband funding must not be delayed. We cannot risk changes that waste taxpayer dollars and strand Americans with less affordable but more expensive internet. We need NTIA to get back to helping our communities access federal funding. This includes giving our states the flexibility to move ahead with their plans to expand affordable internet to the tens of millions of Americans who still lack access. So while I'm glad to co-lead, and very happy to co-lead this bipartisan bill to modernize NTIA's mission to areas like federal spectrum management and international negotiations, I know there's a lot of work ahead. But today, we must pass this legislation to empower NTIA to keep the United States as the leader of global technological leadership. So I do urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
I have no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Delaney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, rise in strong support of H.R. 2482. Today, I am so pleased to support this long overdue reauthorization of NTIA, a small but mighty agency housed within the Department of Commerce. This important agency is esteemed by both public and private stakeholders around the globe and is staffed by incredibly experienced engineers, technical experts, and tech policy professionals who understand the breadth and depth of telecom and AI impacting our country. I say this because I had the privilege of recently serving as the Deputy Assistant Secretary and Deputy Administrator of NTIA. And this amazing agency, I well understand how much the world and telecom policy has changed since it was reauthorized by Congress over 3 decades ago. A lot has happened since then. This legislation, as my colleagues have said, does make it better fit for purpose by codifying the importance of the Office of Spectrum Management, the division which oversees the spectrum allocations for our country's agencies. Doing it the past few years, I watched it work to finalize our national strategy on spectrum and represent our country at the ITU World Radio Conference and at other technical conferences. This is important because this technical work is key and underpins our U.S. competitiveness and national security, and paves the way for new technologies to thrive through the reallocation of spectrum like 6G, and its work on technical standards vis-a-vis China and other international players. Moreover, this legislation codifies its international office to work on tech issues raised in international venues at the EU and ITU, and public wireless supply chains and national competitiveness issues. As my colleague said, it is very important for the resources for the Broadband Division and its work on finally rolling out the rest of the broadband grants for universal high-speed access and to finally close the digital divide. And last, I can't help but say the Public Safety Division is essential for NG 911 services and FirstNet. I commend the committee for this much-needed network work, and I ask my colleagues to join me in support. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close.
Yes, I have no further speakers, so I'll reserve.
I strongly urge our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2482 and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank again Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Matsui for this very important, vital bill. Anyway, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2482 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 866.
Does the gentleman call for the bill as amended?
Yes, as amended, please.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 52, H.R. 866, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to conduct a study of the national security risk posed by consumer routers, modems, and devices that combine a modem and a router and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 866, the Routers Act, led by Representative Latta, Chairman Latta, actually, my good friend. Nearly everyone in America has a router or modem in their home. But these devices can have security vulnerabilities that can be exploited by our adversaries, unfortunately. The Routers Act would direct the Department of Commerce to study the national security risks and cybersecurity vulnerabilities posed by routers and modems produced by companies with ties to foreign adversaries. This study will help Congress understand the security of these devices. This legislation passed by voice vote last Congress, and I urge my colleagues to support it once again, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 866, the Removing Our Unsecured Technologies to Ensure Reliability and Security Act, or the Routers Act. This legislation is an important step to provide Americans with the confidence to trust that the devices they use in their homes to connect to the internet are free from the influence of our foreign adversaries. H.R. 866 accomplishes this objective by requiring the Secretary of Commerce, acting through the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, to study the national security risks and cybersecurity vulnerabilities posed by routers and modems found in American homes that are manufactured or sold by entities sorry, Mr. Speaker, with ties to our foreign adversary countries. The Secretary must also deliver a report to Congress of its study within 1 year. It is crucial that we understand the cybersecurity and national security risks our networks face from equipment that originates from our foreign adversaries. This is especially true given that our nation's communications networks are an integral component to nearly every facet of American life, which also makes them prime targets for attack. This legislation will help us to better protect American families and our country from bad actors who want to carry out malicious attacks. I thank Representatives Kelly and Latta for their bipartisan work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 866, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to Chairman Latta from the great state of Ohio.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And once again, I thank my good friend, the chair of the subcommittee, for yielding. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 866, the Routers Act. Routers and modems play a key role in communications networks. They are the entry point through which the public accesses the internet. Thus, we make sure that they are secure. Bad actors can exploit vulnerabilities in routers to infect users' computers, access their information, or disrupt their network. National security agencies, including the Director of National Intelligence, Department of Justice, and the Department of Homeland Security, have reported on the threat posed by vulnerabilities in routers and how some Chinese Communist Party-sponsored hackers have used these vulnerabilities to launch attacks. We should take these reports seriously. Further, we know that companies with ties to the CCP could be forced to support Chinese intelligence activities. We can imagine how they could use vulnerabilities in their equipment to aid these efforts. That is why I'm pleased to sponsor the Routers Act, which would direct the Secretary of Commerce through the Assistant Secretary of Communications and Information to study the national security risk posed by routers and modems produced by companies with ties to foreign adversaries. This study will help Congress understand the scope and risk of this threat and will inform whether we need to remove this equipment from our networks. The legislation builds on our bipartisan efforts to remove untrusted equipment from our communication ecosystem. In the past 5 years, we passed the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act to remove Huawei and ZTE equipment from our networks, and we passed the Secure Equipment Act, which prohibits the Federal Communications Commission from authorizing equipment from untrusted vendors. It is imperative we move forward with these efforts to mitigate the widespread availability of this equipment. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 866, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers and are prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I have no prepared speakers, so...
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Please close.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge my colleagues to protect American citizens and support the Routers Act and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I urge a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time as well.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 866 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2399.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 55, H.R. 2399. A bill to require the Federal Communications Commission to establish a vetting process for prospective applicants for high-cost universal service program funding.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2399, the Rural Broadband Protection Act, led by my good friend, Representative Houchin. The Federal Communications Commission's Universal Service Fund provides funding for broadband networks in our rural communities. The Rural Broadband Protection Act requires the FCC to establish a process for upfront vetting of providers seeking USF funds. It also directs the FCC to set penalties for providers that do not meet their commitments. This will ensure that USF recipients deliver on their promise to serve our rural communities. I thank Representative Houchin for leading this particular bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I'll reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1377, the Rural Broadband Protection Act. This legislation would direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a process to more thoroughly vet Internet service providers participating in the Universal Fund's high-cost program. I have long advocated for reforms to combat waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program. Following an investigation by Energy and Commerce Committee Democrats in 2017, we requested that the Government Accountability Office open its own inquiry into reports of abuse of the high-cost support. In a scathing report, GAO detailed a remarkable lack of oversight by the FCC, as well as the need for greater accountability to ensure precious USF dollars are spent on the mission of deploying high-speed broadband to underserved communities. Since then, we have seen modest progress to curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the high-cost program, but more accountability is needed. I commend Representatives Kelly and Houchin for their work on this legislation and appreciate their commitment to protecting unserved and underserved communities in need of high-speed connectivity. However, I must note that this legislation was not considered as part of the Energy and Commerce Committee's typical regular order process. It was not considered during a subcommittee legislative hearing or taken up in a subcommittee markup prior to being voted on by full committee. We are supporting the bill today, but are disappointed that the committee members were not afforded the opportunity to seek testimony of experts on the specific text of the legislation or inquire about the bill's impact on the program and consumers, as is our typical practice for legislative hearings. Still, we believe this legislation will help address critical gaps in the vetting of high-cost recipients, will curb waste, fraud, and abuse in the program, so we urge our colleagues to support H.R. 2399 and reserve the balance of our time.
Reserves. A gentleman from Michigan, Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to Representative Houchin, a very effective, really outstanding member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chair Bilirakis for his leadership on this important issue. I also thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for their support. I rise today in proud support of H.R. 2399, the Rural Broadband Protection Act of 2025, a bill that I am proud to sponsor. Across Indiana and throughout rural America, families, farmers, students, and small business owners still struggle with slow or unreliable internet access. It's not just inconvenient, it's a barrier to opportunity, to education, to health care, and to economic growth. When Congress invests in rural broadband, we must ensure those dollars are getting where they are intended, and that providers who are receiving those funds are capable of getting the job done. That's exactly what the Rural Broadband Protection Act does. It puts accountability and transparency in the grant review process by requiring Federal Communications Commission to vet applicants for broadband funding based on experience, capability, and performance. As a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, this is a smart, bipartisan, common sense piece of legislation, and I know my constituents back home agree. That's why today I'll be voting yes on the Rural Broadband Protection Act, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, so we're prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
We urge our colleagues to support on both sides of the aisle H.R. 2399, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend Representative Haltron and Representative Kelly on this bipartisan bill. It's necessary that we pass this. In closing, I encourage a yes vote, as I said, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2399? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2449.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 51, H.R. 2449. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a task force to be known as the 6G Task Force and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 2449, the Futures Networks Act, led by Representative Matsui and Representative Allen, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. United States leadership in 6G technology is critical for both our economic and national security. This bill would direct the FCC to establish a 6G task force made up of both public and private sector participants to develop a report on the standards development process and possible uses of 6th-generation technology. This task force will ensure that the United States has a unified position to cement our leadership in 6G, so critical. This legislation has strong bipartisan support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2449, the Futures Networks Act. This bipartisan legislation is an important step to protect Americans and our communication networks from threats posed by rapidly evolving next-generation technologies. It also ensures that the standards used to build technological advancements are designed from the start to be safe and secure. H.R. 2449 establishes a task force at the Federal Communications Commission to study the 6th-generation or 6G technologies to identify potential supply chain and cybersecurity vulnerabilities. The task force will include government, public interest advocates, academics, and industry. The United States leads the world in the innovation of secure and resilient next-generation technologies, a position congressional Democrats have fought hard to sustain. Among other things, House Democrats have worked to increase the safety of our networks and supply chains by examining the security of mobile networks and educate consumers about cybersecurity vulnerabilities and risks. And the Future Networks Act is yet another important step to support America's leadership in a secure and reliable future. By directing the FCC to engage in the exploration of 6G technology in the early stages of development, the Future Networks Act will enable American values to be embedded within the global framework for this technology and to ensure it will be available to all Americans. I thank Communications and Technology Subcommittee Ranking Member Matsui and Representative Allen and Wahlberg for their bipartisan work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2449 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to Representative Allen from the great state of Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend from Florida and Mr. Bilirakis. As Vice Chairman of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, I rise today in support of the bipartisan Future Networks Act, which I proudly introduced with my colleagues Representative Matsui and Representative Wahlberg. This common sense legislation would direct the FCC to bring together industry leaders, public interest groups, and government experts to establish a 6G task force. As we all know, 6G is the future of telecommunications, and we must ensure that the United States is a global leader in this emerging technology. Failure to do so would put our adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party in the driver's seat. We cannot allow that to happen. I come from the world of business, and just like in business, we want the best, most qualified individuals to have a seat at the table. By establishing a 6G task force, we can bring together America's brightest industry leaders, stakeholders, and innovators to collaborate on the future deployment of 6G and strengthening our wireless networks. This is a matter of economic and national security, and I was proud to help lead the Future Networks Act this Congress. I strongly encourage all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2449, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California and ranking member of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Representative Dingell for yielding to me. I rise today in support of the Future Networks Act, and I want to thank very much Representative Allen and Wahlberg for our joint effort in making this a very bipartisan bill. We introduced this bill to ensure America continues our leadership and standard setting in the global technology race. 6G is going to be a global evolution in the way we communicate. If we lead the race for next generation wireless, then this global technology will be based on our values: democracy, open markets, and transparency. But if we fall behind, our foreign adversaries will have a new way to expand their reach. That means less openness, less security, and more top-down control. And this risk is real. Already, China is leading in the 6G patent race, filing about 35% of patents globally. To stay the global leader, America must invest in innovation and convene our best and brightest to map the road ahead. This is increasingly true as artificial intelligence redefines our society and drives rapid change, including in our communications infrastructure. 5G networks will leverage AI to meet the connectivity demand of American consumers and businesses. 6G also can support smart cities and supercharge augmented reality applications for education, healthcare, and manufacturing. Given such transformative potential, we must be proactive and make sure America sets the gold standard for this next generation technology. That's why I'm so glad to see this bipartisan bill moving forward today. The Future Networks Act ensures our brightest minds in industry, government, and academia are collaborating on the strategically vital development of 6G. The race to 6G is not just about faster phones. It's about national security, the economy, and America's standing on the world stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of suspending the rules and passing this important legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm
I
prepared
have
to
no
close.
more speakers. So I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 2449 and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Representative Allen, the Vice Chair of the CNT Committee, and of course Representative Matsui, the ranking member, and my good friend Mr. Wahlberg for this particular bill, very important bill. I encourage our members to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2449? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 906.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 50, H.R. 906. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, led by my good friend, Representative Whitman from the great state of Virginia. Entities with ties to our adversaries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, are threats to our communications networks, unfortunately, but it is reality. This legislation requires the FCC to publish a list of those entities holding a license, authorization, or other authority granted by the FCC. Understanding which adversaries are in our networks and the threats they pose is necessary to securing our networks. I thank Representative Whitman, he's a great member, for our leadership, his leadership on this bill, which passed last Congress by voice vote, and I urge my colleagues to support this very important bill, necessary. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act. At the end of last year, we learned that Salt Typhoon, a cyber espionage operation backed by the Chinese Communist Party, infiltrated several American telecommunications networks to gain access to detailed information on former Vice President Harris and other political figures, as well as access American surveillance information. This is extremely disturbing and a stark reminder of the lengths foreign adversary countries will go to use our media and communications networks to disrupt and divide us, weakening our economy for their own benefit. Whether it is through communications equipment, the network themselves, or social media, we have seen these operations time and time again, which is why we must stay vigilant to minimize these risks or avoid them altogether. Fortunately, today we are taking additional action to address these and future threats. H.R. 906 would require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list within 4 months indicating any entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran that hold wireless and undersea cable licenses that power our country's mobile and fixed communication networks. The bill would also require the FCC to issue rules in 18 months to help it attain foreign ownership information for the remaining authorizations, licenses, and grants that the agency issues. The FCC would then publish on its list any additional entities with ties to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran no later than 1 year after the new rules are adopted. The FCC would also need to update this entity list annually. This bill is particularly important since we know our communications networks carry Americans' most sensitive personal and government data on a daily basis. So we must have a clear understanding if any foreign adversary countries or the countries operating within those countries are investors in our networks. With this bill, we continue to secure our communication networks, protect Americans and their personal data, and help better protect our allies as they too rely on our global undersea cable network for broadband services. I thank Representatives Castor, Khanna, Whitman, and Keene for their bipartisan work and leadership on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of our colleagues to support H.R. 906, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I actually want to give the sponsor of the bill as much time as he may consume, Representative Whitman from the great state of Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act, known as the FACT Act. I introduced this bill in January, and I've been pleased to see it advance through committee and now onto the House floor. First, I want to thank Chairman Guthrie, Chairman Hudson, and the entire Energy and Commerce Committee for advancing this bill, and Leader Scalise for bringing it to the floor today. Additionally, Representatives Stefanik, Keene, Castor, and Khanna have been strong partners in garnering support for this legislation as co-sponsors. I'd also like to thank my staff as well as those fellow co-sponsors on the Energy and Commerce Committee and leadership for their diligent work on this important bill. I also want to applaud the administration for taking the CCP's threat to our national security seriously. Communist China is using every tool at its disposal to conduct a coordinated campaign to surveil and collect information on Americans. We should all be deeply concerned about that. China is not our friend. China looks to defeat us both economically and strategically. This is one of many means that they are using to accomplish that. They are infiltrating our telecommunications networks, our technology sectors, for the sole purpose of doing harm to the United States and its friends. Despite this clear threat, far too many companies with ties to the CCP and other foreign adversaries still hold authorities to operate in the United States, often without the public's knowledge. That is absolutely unacceptable. While companies like Huawei and ZTE are well known, others controlled by the CCP continue to fly under the radar. They're doing this purposely. They are creating entities that are third and fourth order separates from these main organizations to be able to obfuscate those connections back to the CCP. That's where the Bipartisan FACT Act comes in. It would require the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of these companies that hold FCC authorizations and have any ownership by foreign adversarial governments, including our adversaries like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. This transparency is critical. Americans deserve to know which companies inside our tech and telecommunications markets are linked to hostile regimes. Shining a light on this malign influence is the first step towards a stronger action to defend our communications infrastructure and our national security. We know what these threats are. We've seen them develop. We've seen them accelerate. We've seen what China's intent is. The FACT Act will mark real bipartisan progress in achieving these efforts. It's a necessary step to protect Americans from surveillance and infiltration by foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I look forward to continuing to work together to defend American sovereignty and security. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished woman from Florida and a great leader on this issue.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Ms. Dingell for yielding the time, and I thank Chairman Bilirakis for moving the bill forward to the floor today. I rise in strong support of H.R. 906, the Foreign Adversary Communications Transparency Act. This bill would require the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, to publish a public list of entities with ties to foreign adversarial governments such as China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, especially if they have a license or authorization that's tied to our communications networks. Along with Representative Whitman, I serve on the Bipartisan Select Committee on competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. Last Congress, the committee released a bipartisan report on maintaining America's economic and national security interests. The report found that the widespread adoption of certain People's Republic of China developed technologies in the United States poses a significant risk to national security and threatens long-term U.S. technological competitiveness. Our committee report recommended that we enact the FACT Act to shine a light on companies connected to foreign adversarial governments like the CCP and to ensure greater accountability and transparency in our critical communications networks. Our bill passed the House unanimously by voice vote in the last Congress, but it didn't quite get over the finish line. But we really have no more time to wait, Mr. Speaker. Our adversaries continue to target our communications systems. So Congress must take steps now to protect our telecommunications infrastructure and strengthen our national security to keep Americans safe. With that, I urge a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Michigan reserves.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close. We have no more speakers.
And I'll reserve and I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle support 906, the Foreign Adversary Communication Transparency Act, for the security of our nation, and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Florida.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend Representative Whitman and Representative Castor for their good work on this particular bill, and I urge passage. So I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 906? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 859.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 49, H.R. 859. A bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain Internet-connected devices.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on this particular bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 859, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, led by Representative Fulcher. In recent years, we've witnessed remarkable advancements in consumer goods technologies. While these innovations certainly make daily life more convenient, they also carry the risk of collecting data from users, often without their knowledge. It's clear to most people that the devices like laptops have the capability to record sound and video, but it may not be so obvious that other household devices, such as televisions or refrigerators, can do the same thing. This bipartisan legislation seeks to address this gap by requiring manufacturers of Internet-connected devices that contain a microphone or camera but aren't marketed as consumer electronics to disclose the presence of these components to consumers. I urge my colleagues, this is a very, very important bill, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the Vice Chairman of the CMT Committee for sponsoring this particular bill, and I urge support, unanimous support for H.R. 859, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 859, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. The Internet of Things has ushered in a new age of convenience and efficiency for Americans. Smart thermostats save consumers money by tracking and reporting home energy use, making recommendations about adjusting temperatures to meet consumer needs. Smart refrigerators provide recipe suggestions based on the contents of the refrigerator, and smart ovens scan food to automatically optimize the cooking process. Every year, American consumers have more and more interconnected devices. Unfortunately, the convenience sometimes comes at a cost. Troubling reports have uncovered that some interconnected devices record images or audio without the user's awareness, quite frankly, more often than not. Sharing of that information with the device manufacturer or third parties is a real and serious threat to people's privacy. To combat those threats, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act will require manufacturers of internet-connected devices to alert consumers when a device includes a camera or microphone, if a consumer would not reasonably expect it to do so, which I think most consumers don't recognize or understand. While this bill addresses significant privacy concerns, it is also important that we recommit to adopting a bipartisan, comprehensive privacy framework that starts with data minimization and protects all Americans and provides heightened protection for our children nationwide. I thank Representative Moulton for his leadership on this issue and encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more. There's no question that this is definitely needed. I'll yield as much time as he may consume to Representative Fulcher, the Vice Chairman of the Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade Subcommittee under Energy and Commerce.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the good chairman of the Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the bill Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. H.R. 859 would require manufacturers of internet-connected so-called smart appliances to disclose to consumers prior to purchase when their product is equipped with a camera or a microphone. Manufacturers today produce appliances that connect to software applications that can be set, managed, and monitored through one's computing device. They are designed to capture voice commands from around the vicinity, recording information to adapt to the way individuals give commands. They're also often equipped with cameras to capture QR codes or other specific information particular to that appliance. Now, while the intention may strictly be for convenience, consumers need to be aware that private information may be captured by smart appliances. We need to ensure proper disclosure and consumer awareness of these features. It's also important to note that the bill's disclosure requirement only applies to appliances we wouldn't otherwise expect to be equipped with a camera or a microphone. For example, devices like mobile phones, laptops, and tablets would not have this requirement. Put bluntly, our stoves or refrigerators shouldn't be secretly recording conversations in our homes. Such information could be accessed by a hacker or nefarious third party. Audio or video data of personally identifiable or confidential information could be stolen and or used without the owner's knowledge, and that could lead to scams or other kind of harms. People need to know all the functionalities of their appliances before bringing them home, and this bill makes that possible. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Seth Moulton, for co-leading this bipartisan effort. I urge support for this legislation, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
We have no other speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Nor do I, so I'll yield to the gentlelady.
So,
gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly recommend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle support H.R. 859, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, and protect Americans' privacy. And with that, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Representative Falter, again, the Vice Chairman of the committee, the subcommittee, and then also Representative Moulton for this really good bill. So I encourage passage, final passage, unanimous passage, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 859? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
On that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 973 and Senate 146. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend rules and pass H.R. 973, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 54, H.R. 973, a bill to establish consumer standards for lithium-ion batteries.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 42. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 146, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 146 enacts to require covered platforms to remove non-consensual intimate visual depictions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 409, the nays are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
It's for unanimous consent that the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, be removed as co-sponsor from H.Res. 326.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Jerry.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Leader Jeffries and the entire New York delegation, I rise with a heavy heart in memory of a friend and mentor to many, a champion for Western New York State, and our entire nation, Congressman John LaFalce. John Joseph LaFalce was born October 6, 1939, and passed away on April 11, 2025. He was laid to rest just this morning. Throughout his life, he embodied public service. From his time in the Army to his elected leadership in both the New York State Assembly and Senate, to nearly 3 decades representing Western New York in this chamber, he set an example to which all should aspire. While Congressman LaFalce played a pivotal role in shaping national policy, he never forgot where he came from. He will be remembered as a man of great faith, conviction, and passion. His work left an indelible mark on our community and our country. To his wife, Patricia, his son, Martin, and his entire family, we offer our prayers and deepest condolences. May Congressman LaFalce rest in peace and power. I now ask that my colleagues join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 75th anniversary of the St. Mary's Rotary Club, the cornerstone of service in our community since 1950. For 75 years, this St. Mary's Rotary Club has exemplified the Rotary motto, service above self, through countless projects supporting local schools, awarding scholarships, and promoting youth leadership. Their commitment to bettering our community is unwavering. And to mark this milestone, the club has launched a project to construct a new modern facilities at Shawmut Park. With the growing popularity of Fall Fest and other local events, the current facilities can no longer meet community needs. This upgrade will improve accessibility and enhance the park experience for all residents. Earlier this year, construction was completed and new facilities were officially open to the public. Volunteer service is a cornerstone of a successful, strong, and healthy community, and the St. Mary's Rotary Club fills that vital need by supporting our neighbors and friends. Mr. Speaker, I commend the St. Mary's Rotary Club for 75 years of service, and I thank its members for their continued leadership in strengthening our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the extraordinary service and sacrifice of Army Major General John C. Ron Jr., who dedicated his life to serving our great nation. At 22 years old, he was captain of the Army's 5th Ranger Battalion during the Normandy invasion. General Ron led his unit up the steep bluffs of Normandy Beach, helping to liberate prisoners from Nazi concentration camps and marking the beginning of the Allied victory in World War II. His bravery and that of his fellow soldiers on D-Day remain a powerful symbol of courage, unity, and the ongoing fight for a more just and peaceful world. For his heroism, he was awarded the Silver Star and went on to serve in Korea and Vietnam, rising to the rank of Major General before retiring after 36 years of service. It is an honor to represent such a remarkable hero in Congress. In 2022, Congress passed a bill to honor the brave Army Rangers of World War II and the Congressional Gold Medal. But at 103 years old, General Ron has yet to receive this award. I urge the Speaker and my colleagues to take swift action to ensure he receives the recognition he deserves. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was an honor to visit Gateway Nursing and Rehab in Lenoir, North Carolina this past Friday and attend a program that honored veterans who are receiving care there. I commend Shannon Price, the Director of Social Services, as well as members of the staff for taking the time and making the effort to recognize those veterans. The program was very positive. Shannon is a true patriot, and so too are members of her family, including her son Seth, who's currently serving in the Army. Thank you, Shannon, and all the wonderful staff at Gateway Nursing and Rehab for all you do in service to our nation's veterans and for those who are currently serving in the armed forces. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the comments that Shannon spoke at the event.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand up for my constituents who rely on Social Security and Medicare. Nearly 1 million Oregonians collect Social Security, and almost 20% of the state's population receives Medicare. These critical programs are under attack, and Americans are scared. I've spent the last 2 weeks talking with people in my district, and I've heard their concerns. Seniors are facing unprecedented delays in getting benefits they rely on, and it makes it hard for them to pay their expenses. And they don't know if this administration is going to pull the rug out from underneath them and leave them without the benefits they've earned. They are not a Ponzi scheme. These benefits are not government handouts. They are earned benefits for American citizens. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's time to stand up for Americans and protect these programs with our lives and our votes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Colorado Springs Police Department, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, and the Drug Enforcement Administration worked hard to do a raid in my hometown of Colorado Springs, Colorado. They arrested over 100 folks who are very likely illegal in our country. They found drugs. They found sex trafficking of minors and of women. Colorado Springs is safer today because of the policies of the Trump administration. And this is part, as we celebrate 100 days of President Trump's administration, this is part of what he has brought to us. There were MS-13 there, Hells Angels, Tren de Aragua. They frequented this nightclub that was shut down. We're in this mess because of far-left policies from our governor in Colorado, Governor Jared Polis, our state legislature, and the Biden administration. I want to thank Sheriff Joe Roybal and all of the people from El Paso County Sheriff's Office and Colorado Springs Police Department, and I'd yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to amend and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on the 100th day of Donald Trump's second term as president. While some of my colleagues celebrate his actions, I am reminded why I first ran for office and why I continue fighting for my community. I was raised to believe that the United States of America was built on the principles of liberty, democracy, and equal opportunity. For more than 2 centuries, those ideals have guided us, creating a nation where everyone has the right to pursue their dreams, serve their communities, and have a voice in their government without reprisals. But today, we are witnessing some deeply troubling an erosion of the rule of law, the abandonment of democracy norms, and the betrayal of the very values Americans of all backgrounds have long fought to uphold. On this 100th day of the 119th Congress, I stand in firm in my belief that I too am an American, I too am a patriot, I too will continue to defend the values and principles that made this country a beacon of hope for the world.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of Charles Rinkovich Sr., a distinguished law enforcement official who dedicated his life to public service for over 40 years. After graduating from Michigan State University and serving an active duty tour with the Army Reserves, Mr. Rinkovich became a lieutenant and training officer for the Savannah Police Department. During his tenure, he also served as an instructor and a law enforcement consultant for the University of Georgia and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. In 1982, he was appointed by the White House to oversee 2 federal government task forces aimed at aiding community law enforcement in Atlanta and Miami. In 1983, Mr. Rinkovich moved to St. Simon's Island, where he was appointed director of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center at Glencoe. While serving in this role, he managed an annual budget exceeding $100 million and oversaw an agency that graduated over 25,000 students annually. Charles Rinkovich's commitment to excellence, innovation, and collaboration was an inspiration to countless individuals. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and colleagues during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, history has taught us time and time again that appeasement in the face of aggression and evil only invites more aggression. We saw it in the 1930s, we're seeing echoes of it in the Trump administration's actions today. When we hesitate to support Ukraine, we drag our feet or allow political infighting to stall critical aid, we are sending a dangerous message to autocrats, especially China. Vladimir Putin invaded a sovereign democracy. He is betting that the free world will grow tired, that we will turn inward and we will look away. We cannot let that happen. Standing with Ukraine is not charity. It is deterrence in our national security interest. If we do not stand with Ukraine, eventually American troops will be forced to fight aggressors in East Asia or Europe. Deterrence is the key to putting them and our national security first. Appeasement failed the world before. We cannot afford to repeat that mistake. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize that April is Autism Awareness Month. Autism spectrum disorder is a developmental disability that generally appears before the age of 3, impacting social interaction, communication skills, and cognitive function. Today, 1 in 36 children in the United States are diagnosed with autism, and approximately 5.4 million Americans are living with autism spectrum disorder. By raising awareness, we can support individuals and families affected by autism and helping them to lead fulfilling lives. I'd like to take a moment to recognize my longtime dear friend, Vincent McLaughlin, a dedicated advocate and true inspiration. Vincent has shown unwavering commitment to his community through his decade-long service on the Ulster County Planning Board representing the village of Saugerties, his 16 years of service as a volunteer firefighter, and his continuous work to raise awareness and support for those living with autism. In 2023, he was appointed to the New York State Council of Developmental Disabilities because of his advocacy and dedication, which embody the spirit of community involvement and empowerment. Vincent's selfless efforts make a difference every day, and I'm grateful for his dedication and support. We observe Autism Awareness Month. Let us commit to supporting all Americans living with autism, ensuring they receive the necessary resources, opportunities, and respect they deserve. And as with my friend Vincent, autism should never be a barrier to success or happiness. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to pay special tribute to the extraordinary contributions of Mr. Ed Morgan, who passed at 90. He was a beloved retired music teacher in Greene County. Mr. Morgan dedicated his life to inspiring countless students, teaching them to read music and find joy in playing instruments like the clarinet and horns. He would take his students' instruments to tune, maintain, and even teach them how to play. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for him teaching me how to play the drums. His passion for people and his unwavering commitment to our community were evident to all who knew him. Mr. Morgan also served our country honorably in the United States Army. Music is woven deeply into the fabric of Greene County's history. The music coming out of our county sounds really, really good because of Mr. Morgan's influence. I can only imagine the song he's playing now. Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt condolences to Dorothy Moy and his family and our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk about the first 100 days of the Trump administration. President Trump's efforts have secured the border. The southwest border apprehensions have decreased by 94% since March of last year, from 137,473 in March of 2024 to only 7,181 in March 2025. Customs and Border Protection encountered 29,000 illegal aliens nationwide last month, down 88% from the 246,000 encountered in March of last year. Immigration Customs Enforcement officers arrested 32,809 illegal aliens during the first 50 days of the Trump administration, way less than last year. More than 100,000 illegals have been deported. On the energy front, gas prices are down 6.3% and will continue to move so with America First energy policies. The consumer price index has only increased by 2.8% since in the last year. Egg prices are down 56%. Get that, egg prices down 56%. Jobs, the economy added 10,000 manufacturing jobs, good jobs during President Trump's timeline here. We'll see more jobs in February and continued with a strong economy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Nassau County Police Department on 100 years of brave and honorable service to the communities across New York's 4th Congressional District. As the proud representative of this district, I am honored to represent the more than 2,000 dedicated officers who put their lives on the line every day to the 1.3 million residents of Nassau County. In 1925, the NCPD was established with just 55 patrolmen. In the century since, the department has grown to one of the most respected and well-trained law enforcement agencies in America. Today, Nassau County law enforcement officers stand as a symbol of strength, courage, and service to Long Island. I also want to recognize the brave NCPD officers who have given all in the line of duty. They will not be forgotten. As we look ahead to the next 100 years of the NCPD, I will continue to work with Commissioner Ryder and our local partners to ensure that officers have the resources that they need and the training that they need to keep Long Islanders safe. I am proud to stand alongside Nassau County Police Department and congratulate them again on 100 years of serving our community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of an incredible man and a Maryland icon, Jack Fitzgerald. Jack founded Fitzgerald Auto Malls in Montgomery County in 1966. And through decades of hard work, he built one of the most respected auto dealerships in the region, and I dare say, the country. Jack became known for his customer-first approach to car buying, but everyone knew him for his unbounded integrity, compassion, and community engagement. Jack was also a trailblazer in child car seat safety, something really incredible. And he grew Fitzgerald Auto into one of the largest all-employee-owned auto dealerships in the United States. Jack was a friend to my husband John and me, and he also helped me throughout my journey to Congress with encouragement and wisdom. He helped shape the values many of us carry with us here in Washington and in Montgomery County. He believed deeply in public service and putting others before himself, both in business and in life. And my heart goes out to Dottie, John, Kathleen, Russell, and Bill. In closing, Jack will be deeply missed by all those who knew him within his community, and his legacy will live on in every life he touched, because that is the Fitz way. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Black history is American history. Indigenous history is American history. Latino history is American history. And women and LGBTQ plus history is American history. And we will not be silenced. No illegal or unconscionable executive orders can erase American history. No firing of generals or federal workers. No banning of books or threats to schools. No purge of websites or removal of artifacts from the Smithsonian or any other institution. And certainly no change to our national holidays will erase American history, because the people of this country will not be silenced, and we will not allow this president to turn back the clock, to take away American rights, and we will keep speaking, we will keep marching, and we will keep fighting to protect our democracy, because this is our country and we are not going back. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the latest photo of the founding. Yes?
Does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the latest photo of the founding of another billionaire private club here in Washington, D.C. in Georgetown for the super rich, spearheaded by Donald Trump Jr., J.D. Vance, and their billionaire buddies. You can join for the low price of $500,000. They offer the richest of the rich a red carpet to buy influence and their way to power. Meanwhile, working Americans are being crushed with high interest rates, 401ks losing value, unaffordable housing, and rising grocery prices. At a time when reckless U.S.-Canada Trump-era tariffs are devastating our farmers and manufacturers, when layoffs are funding cuts and gutting communities, and the Trump elite are toasting champagne and eating caviar, really? This executive branch club isn't just an insult to the working class. It's a vivid, grotesque portrait of ruling billionaires focused on totally enriching themselves and neglecting our nation. Imagine what $500,000 would buy in your community for children, for seniors. This excess reminds me of the disgusting behavior of the Emperor Nero, who rightly has been relegated to the dustbin of history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. I rise today to honor the life of Evelyn Paula Nelson Young, a respected and beloved member of the Mount Vernon community who passed away at the age of 102 earlier this year. Born in 1922 in Charleston, South Carolina, Evelyn excelled academically as an honors student and athletically as a standout member of the girls' basketball team. Her academic success led her to the profession of teaching, first in Charleston, and then at the prestigious Alabama State University Laboratory School, and finally in Mount Vernon, New York. She dedicated 40 years of teaching Mount Vernon's elementary school children, making sure they could read, write, and comprehend before they were promoted to the next grade. Our thoughts are with Evelyn's family, including her son, Clinton Jr., and her daughter, Mary, who have both dedicated so much of their lives to our community in public service. Evelyn once said, quote, "I can't complain. Thank the good Lord. He has been so good to me. I am truly blessed." Well, Evelyn and the Young family, we are all blessed because we knew you. May we all aspire to live such long and rewarding lives as you did. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts for April 28th to May 2nd.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor that I rise today to co-sponsor, to anchor this CBC special order, along with my distinguished colleague, Representative Jennifer McClellan. For the next 60 minutes, members of the Congressional Black Caucus have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on the issue of minority health, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise along with several colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus who you will hear from tonight. We're here to discuss the timely issue of health disparities as we approach the end of 2025 Minority Health Month. There's a long, storied history of poor health outcomes in minority communities. African Americans have lower life expectancy, higher rates of infant mortality, increased instances of maternal mortality, higher rates of chronic illnesses, and more frequent cancer diagnosis. Every American deserves to have access to quality, affordable health care and life-saving prescription medications. This is our first day back after spending time in our congressional districts, conducting face-to-face interactions with our constituents. As is often the case, our just concluded district work period encompassed the sacred observances of Passover and Easter. For those of us who celebrate the Easter side of that equation, we tend to profess pride in being Matthew 25 Christians. And we often express adherence to verse 45 that admonishes, and I quote, "Whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me." Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of lessons to be found in the 25th chapter of Matthew, long before one gets down to the 45th verse. Lessons on the importance of being prepared, the importance of providing service, and utilizing good judgment. Ours is a great country. And among the things that make us great is our system of health care. Speaking at a 1968 healthcare conference, Martin Luther King Jr. observed, "Of all forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhumane. Many of these inequalities are in part attributable to the disparities to access to health care. Disparities in health outcomes were starkly apparent during COVID-19 pandemic. Communities of color experienced higher rates of fatality and were often as increased risk for the comorbidities that led to more serious illnesses from COVID-19. My Democratic colleagues and I, in partnership with the previous administration, wrote and passed legislation like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill to expand access to broadband and provide telehealth services to rural and underserved communities. We also passed legislation to cap the out-of-pocket costs of insulin at $35 for seniors through the Inflation Reduction Act. We also passed legislation to cap the annual cost of co-payments for Medicare recipients to $2,000 per year. My late wife was a 4 shots a day diabetic. She battled that chronic disease and its byproducts for over 30 years. I know what a serious financial strain essential diabetes medication can be for those families that are fortunate to have insurance. But what about those among us who are less fortunate? In the last several years, we have made significant progress towards making one of those greatnesses of this country, healthcare, more accessible and affordable for all. But that progress is now in jeopardy and will be dismantled and derailed by the budget being proposed by my Republican colleagues. Sadly, neither the President nor my Republican colleagues seem willing to consider the harmful impact of pausing these programs or the harm that steep cuts to programs like Medicaid will have on both the economic well-being and health outcomes of millions of American families. They are steadily moving toward, with their plan, to stash these forward crucial programs by billions of dollars, while at the same time proposing big tax cuts to those who can afford to pay for quality health care and life-saving medications. On July 30, 1965, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed into law the Social Security Amendments of 1965. Those amendments established Medicare, a health insurance program for the elderly, and Medicaid, a health insurance program for people with limited incomes. Today, nearly 80 million Americans receive health care through Medicaid, which provides critical care throughout all stages of life. It covers childbirth and nursing home care and everything in between. In my congressional district, there are 180,678 people on Medicaid, And in South Carolina, it is called Healthy Connections. This number includes 105,256 children under the age of 19 and 20,000 seniors over 65. And this is just my district. Over 1 million South Carolinians are enrolled in Medicaid. In South Carolina, Medicaid covers 4 out of every 9 children, 5 out of every 8 nursing home residents, 3 out of every 10 working-age adults with disabilities, and 1 out of every 6 adults ages 19 through 64. These individuals are at risk of losing their health care under the Republicans' budget plans. My Republican colleagues have been directed to cut $880 billion from the Energy Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid. Please understand that $880 billion is just the floor. Some of them want to cut more. The only way they can reach their goal is to gut Medicaid. No matter what they may say to their wavering members to secure their votes and to their vulnerable constituents to prevent them from objecting, this plan will cut taxes for the rich, bankrupt the middle class, and shortchange the poor. Earlier, I quoted scripture taken from the book of Matthew. But as one might imagine, my favorite book in the Bible is the book of James, not just because of my given name, but because of its lessons. In James's epistle, he writes that when people are hurting and in need, it is not enough to offer platitudes like thoughts and prayers. We have a moral obligation to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and provide shelter for the homeless. I believe that if James were writing his epistle today, he would decry the shocking injustices in healthcare suffered by our most vulnerable and the friction that suffering often engenders. My father was a fundamentalist minister who often used secular thoughts to teach life lessons to his 3 sons. I thought about one of those lessons at the town halls I held during our Passover and Easter work period. The lesson came to us one day when my 2 brothers and I were accompanying my dad to let's call him an automobile mechanic. Back when I was growing up in the little town of Sumter, everybody had a neighborhood mechanic. And everybody knew who that mechanic was because he was the guy with the chinaberry tree with the pulley hanging out of it. And on this particular day, as my dad waited to have his car worked on, Mr. Singleton, the mechanic, hooked the pulley to the front end of that car and began to raise it so he could get under it and get it running for another week. And just as he started to lift the car, my 2 brothers and I started playing near the car. My dad said to us, "Sons, I have no idea how strong this chain is. Why don't you all go across the field and play? This chain may pop, and one of you might get hurt." Well, we did go across the field to play, and we weren't going long before we got into a little discussion. Now, some people looking at it might call it a fight, but it was a physical discussion. And we didn't know it, but my dad was watching us. And after he thought that discussion had gone on long enough, he called the three of us over to him and stood us in front of him, and he had in his hands a piece of cord string. My dad gave that piece of cord string first to my youngest brother, Charles, and said, "Charles, I want you to pop this string." Charles struggled, and he couldn't pop it. He then took it and gave it to my brother, John, and said, "Now, John, I want you to pop this string. You're 2 years older. You're stronger. You pop it." John struggled, and he couldn't pop it. He then took it back, and he gave it to me. He said, "Now, James, you're the oldest. You're the strongest. You pop the string." I struggled. I couldn't pop it. He then took it back, and he placed it in the palms of his hands, and he began to rub his hands together. And the more he rubbed, the more friction he created. And the more friction he created, the more unraveled that cord string became. And it was not long before that cord string was in 3 pieces. My dad then took those 3 pieces, gave one to Charles, one to John, one to me, and said, "Now, sons, pop the string." And with little effort, all 3 of us popped the strings. He said, "Now, sons, I want this to be a lesson to you for as long as you live. Don't you let the little disagreements that crop up among you cause so much friction until it separates you. Because if you do, the world will pop you apart, and you may never know why." I thought about that lesson as I went to these town hall meetings. The actions that are being taken by my Republican colleagues and this administration are providing all kinds of opportunities for friction to be created among us, providing tax breaks to the wealthy while cutting billions of dollars of life-saving health care from millions of Americans will cause undue friction in our health care system and only serve to divide us. Mr. Speaker, our health care system is by no means perfect. We have a great deal of work to do to improve the system for everyone and to reduce disparities. But we must start by following what we call, or often call, the Hippocratic Oath. And first, do no harm. Do no harm to Social Security. Do no harm to Medicare. Do no harm to Medicaid and the other bedrocks of our public health system like the Affordable Care Act. Most Americans want more than promises. They want results. They want everyone to have access to affordable housing, reliable energy, adequate education, and yes, quality health care. All those things that make this country a great country. I'm now pleased to yield to my distinguished colleague from Illinois, Robin Kelly.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Minority Health Awareness Month. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Congressman Clyburn and Congresswoman McClellan, for holding this special order hour to bring attention to our country's health disparities. As chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, I'm familiar with the adverse statistics that face Black and brown communities. Black women are 3 times more likely to die due to pregnancy-related causes than white women. Black people are about twice as likely to die from diabetes than white people. On the south side of Chicago, where I represent, Black people are expected to die 11 years earlier than white people living on the north side, and sometimes it's higher than that. And let us not forget gun violence, a public health crisis and emergency in our country. Black people die from gun violence at 2.7 times the rate of white people. While guns have been the leading cause of death for all children and teenagers since 2020, guns have been the leading cause of death for Black children since 2006. These statistics are horrifying, but we cannot forget the faces and stories behind the numbers. When I was first elected to Congress, a constituent called me and said her friend's daughter-in-law died in child labor. That baby had to grow up without a mother. It is because of her and her baby that I continue to fight for Black mothers and maternal health. I've heard countless stories from parents who have turned their pain into purpose after losing a child to gun violence, determined not to let another family go through the same grief. I continue to fight to end gun violence because of these families. Even now, I stand firm amid attacks against public health. House Republicans want to slash Medicaid by $880 billion. Their budget is an attack against the millions of Americans who depend on Medicaid for health care. Over 300,000 of my constituents are at risk of losing health care if House Republicans get their way. More constituents stand to see their health premiums increase by over $1,000. Again, it's more than just the numbers. I heard from parents who won't be able to provide the life-saving medication and treatment their son needs. If they can't afford health care for their son, they will first sell their home. If that doesn't work, they actually talked about giving up custody of their son to the state. I heard from a mom whose son has autism and is terrified for his future if he does not have health care and specialized education. I've heard from another mother whose entire family relies on Medicaid for life-saving care. As House Republicans attack Medicaid, Elon Musk and his unqualified team at DOGE have slashed 20,000 jobs at the Department of Health and Human Services. Their staff cuts and restructuring have targeted the offices of Minority Health at CMS and SAMHSA. How can we honor Minority Health Month if the institutions dedicated to closing health disparities are being eliminated? For over a decade in Congress, I have worked with the CDC, HRSA, and NIH to reduce pregnancy-related deaths. I've introduced legislation to help diversify clinical trials so medical breakthroughs can reach the patients who need treatment the most. President Trump's agenda, however, is determined to drag us backwards. He's declared an end to the so-called woke research and programs. These programs are meant to help women, veterans, Black people, members of the LGBTQ+ community, frankly, all of us. In the middle of our country's maternal mortality crisis, Trump and DOGE fired the people dedicated to finding and implementing solutions mothers desperately need. Only 3 government data sources report maternal death in the U.S., and they are all in dire risk with the current recognition plans or reorganization plans at HHS. These cuts to Medicaid and our country's health care infrastructure are simply cruel and will leave all Americans' health in limbo. I refuse to go backwards. I am determined to continue to march forward, arm in arm with my CBC colleagues and allies to fight for our health care. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments, and Mr. Speaker, it is now my great pleasure to yield to my co-anchor for this special order, the gentlelady from Virginia, Representative McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Clyburn. I am honored to be here tonight on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus to commemorate National Minority Health Month. But I'm also here for personal reasons. 10 years ago today, I was 31 weeks pregnant. I was excited. I was expecting a girl. I had placenta previa, so I knew we were going to have to schedule a C-section. We had just scheduled it. She was due June 30th, but we had scheduled a date in early June because my doctor did not think it likely that we would make it to June 30th. I went to bed, still planning out, are we going to get to go on a baby moon before she arrives? I woke up the next morning and my placenta ruptured. I started bleeding. I was panicked. My husband called the ambulance. He said I was as white as this piece of paper. We rushed to the hospital, and I remember hearing the doctor in the emergency room saying, everything looks fine. And then less than 3 seconds later, he said, we got to go right now, because both of our heart rates dropped. And I remember thinking, as the oxygen mask came on my face, please let me be asleep before my doctor starts cutting. And I was. And I woke up the next morning, or I'm sorry, a few hours later, and I had a baby girl. But I didn't get to see her until the next day. And as I waited those 24 hours to see if she would make it, I realized that I almost became one of the Black women who are 3 times more likely to die due to pregnancy-related complications than white women. I was a state legislator at the time. This was my second child. I was on the Commission on Health Care, and I began to really look into the maternal mortality crisis that we have in this country. We have higher death rates for women than many other third world countries. And we started looking at the data of why women were dying. Many of these deaths were preventable. And there were differences. There were differences in the rate at which Black women died compared to white women. And there were differences in the reasons. In Virginia, the data showed us that for white women, they were more likely to die due to postpartum depression leading to suicide or other mental health related issues, leading to them to take their own life or to self-medicate and die of drug overdoses. But for Black women in Virginia, their deaths were more likely caused by comorbidities, mostly cardiovascular issues. And many pregnant women, as I began talking to them, many Black pregnant women had their first heart attack either while they were pregnant or shortly thereafter. And oh, by the way, the disparities in cardiovascular care for Black women and men are higher. The death rate is higher than for white men and women. So we began to look at how do we put policies in place that address the maternal mortality crisis as a whole, but the disparities in particular. We also noticed that many Black women died within the first year of childbirth, yet Medicaid for many of these women didn't cover the first year. So they didn't have health insurance when their first cardiac event or pregnancy-related event that led to their death occurred. So we looked at expanding Medicaid to cover the first 12 months after birth, which we did here at the federal level as well. We looked at expanding Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, and how would that address the maternal health crisis? We did expand Medicaid in Virginia, and we began to see that for many Medicaid expansion patients, they ended up healthier because they were connected to medical homes, getting treatment, getting regular checkups to catch things before they became deadly. All of that now is under attack. As we approach April every year, I like to commemorate National Minority Health Month through some sort of roundtable, but I especially like to commemorate Black Maternal Health Week, because as I started, that one's personal. So as I got ready for Black Maternal Health Week, I like to first figure out, is there a theme this year that we should focus our efforts? So as I got ready to prepare my social media posts, as I got ready to prepare the topics that I would have if I had a roundtable, I thought, well, the Office of Maternity Health, the Office of Minority Health, they usually announce a theme every year. So I went to the Office of Minority Health website, and sure enough, in January, they did announce a theme for 2025, advancing commitments to eliminating health disparities. And in the January post on their Facebook page, they invited the public to join them all year as they shared resources to help address health disparities impacting racial and ethnic minority groups. I said, great, that's exactly what I want to do during National Minority Health Month and Black Maternal Health Week. So I went to the webpage expecting to pull down those resources that I could share with the communities that I represent. File not found. So then I thought, well, maybe the Office of Minority Health at CMS has something. File not found. Well, maybe the National Institutes on Minority Health has something. Page not found. In the very month that we are supposed to renew our commitment to addressing healthcare disparities that cause Black women to be 3 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women, that cause Black men to be more likely to die of prostate cancer than white men. I could go down the entire list of the statistics. You heard some of them earlier today. In the very month we are supposed to reaffirm our commitment, file not found. Well, I shouldn't be surprised, because with the president's war on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and DOJ going through and finding every web page that had certain words without actually looking at what are those web pages doing, that they would take these pages down. But imagine my dismay when I discovered that the Office of Minority Health at both HHS and CMS are now gone. The very employees who collect the data, who look at the underlying causes of why these women are dying anyway, let alone at 3 times higher rates than white women, they're gone. Well, at least we can continue to fight for the policies. Well, I'm on the Energy and Commerce Committee that was told in a markup on March 7th, find $880 billion worth of cuts. And the Congressional Budget Office says, can't do that unless they're cuts to Medicaid. And I've heard some of my colleagues say, well, we're not going to address vulnerable populations. And they include pregnant women in that. But the health care disparity doesn't start the day you get the positive pregnancy test. It starts when you aren't getting access to the care that you need to address diabetes or hypertension or the cardiovascular issue that's bubbling. And so as we see Medicaid expansion at risk, all of the progress we began to make to address these disparities is at risk. And Mr. Speaker, this is not politics. This is not theoretical debates over the role of the federal government. This is people are dying. And our Declaration of Independence, that we will celebrate the 250th anniversary next year, says that all men, and I would add women, are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life is number one. And when the federal and state and local governments work together with the private sector, our research hospitals, the nonprofit community, when we work together to identify the reasons for the disparities and put policies in place that address them, people's lives are saved. When we strip those policies away, when we strip away the very workforce implementing them, people will die. And that is why I'm proud to stand here as a member of the Congressional Black Caucus and say we will fight to protect those policies that save our people's lives. And tomorrow, when my daughter turns 10, and I think back how I almost became that statistic, but how we're also coming up on the 1-year anniversary of when her uncle became the statistic of a black man more likely to die because of a heart attack. I am going to follow the theme of the 2025 National Minority Health Month, advancing commitments to eliminating health disparities. And I'm going to fight any effort by our president or my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to put barriers in our way and to remove the very policies that help save lives to begin with. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments, and it's now my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to yield time to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be here to mark Minority Health Awareness Month and to do so shoulder to shoulder with two of my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Clyburn, Congresswoman McClellan. Thank you both for the strength of your convictions. Mr. Speaker, today in America, the color of your skin and the zip code you're born into are critical determinants of health. I represent the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, where in a 3-mile radius from Cambridge to Roxbury, the blackest part of my district, life expectancy drops by 30 years. Now, some have tired of hearing these sobering statistics, but I will enumerate them time and again until they change. If you are tired of hearing them, imagine how tired people are of living them. These health disparities persist despite the fact that we in Massachusetts are home to some of the finest hospitals and brightest minds in healthcare worldwide. Congressional Black Caucus, we are daily organizing and legislating towards a different vision, one of true healthcare justice, a vision where black men can grow old, where birth is safe and sacred, where every baby has clean air to breathe and safe water to drink, where health equity is a given and not an afterthought, where black pain is believed. As we head down working towards that vision, the status quo is stark. In 2023, the Boston Public Health Commission reported that diabetes mortality for black women was 3 times that of white women. The same report detailed that our Hispanic and Latino neighbors were 4 times more likely to end up in the emergency room for asthma emergencies compared to white residents, and our black neighbors 9 times more likely than our white residents. And the disparities don't end there. They persist for cancer, heart disease, life expectancy, and more. The work to address these injustices is urgent. It is a matter of life and death. And meanwhile, we have a Trump White House threatening to gut and defund essential health programs. They are gutting Medicaid, tearing away school lunches. They are coming for Planned Parenthood. They are cutting regulations, poisoning the air we breathe and the water we drink. The cruelty is the point. I recently returned from rural Louisiana, where my colleagues and I went behind the wall at 2 remote detention facilities. These facilities have a history of unjust and unsafe conditions. And behind the wall As co-chair of the House's Reproductive Freedom Caucus, I met women who were pregnant, entering the latter months of their pregnancy and being denied routine prenatal care. I spoke to a woman diagnosed with cancer who has pleaded to anyone she can reach to spare her life and to deport her. And while that may put her safety at risk, she said at least if she is deported, she may be able to get cancer treatment and fight for her life. Mr. Speaker, what the other side wants is for us to harp on our differences and to get distracted. But let me say this, a threat to one of us is a threat to all of us. A cage is a cage, at a for-profit prison or at a detention center. Everyone deserves to live free from fear. Policy is not abstract. It is not a dusty document on a shelf. Policy determines who lives. Policy determines who dies. Policy determines who survives. Policy determines who thrives. These disparate outcomes are the result of policy choices. There is no deficit of resource in this country, only a deficit of empathy. I will tell you this every day. I will use each tool I have to fight for the lives of my constituents, my neighbors, and families across this nation that I've never met. Lives depend on it. Our greatest wealth as a nation is the health of our people. And Black health matters. I yield.
I thank the gentlelady for her comments, and it's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to now yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figgis.
Thank you, Representative Clyburn. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on an urgent issue that affects the health and well-being and the prosperity of Black families, not just across the state of Alabama that I call home, but across this country. The staggering healthcare disparities that persist across this country and across too many counties in districts like mine, the 2nd Congressional District of Alabama. Let me be clear at the outset, I do not subscribe to the notion that healthcare is a luxury, that healthcare should be available to those who can afford it, that healthcare should be dependent on where you come from, where you were born, the zip code that you reside in. I believe that healthcare is a basic human right. We know Jesus gave it for free. And I subscribe to the notion that no one should be left without access to a doctor, without access to a hospital, without access to an ambulance, simply because of where they're from. And the disparities should not be as drastic as they are for people of color. And yet, in places like Barber County and Washington County and Conecuh County, across my district, the data tells a devastating story about who has access to care and who has historically been left behind. And I know this is not just unique to Alabama. We see it in South Carolina. We see it in Massachusetts, as my colleague just spoke about. We see it in Mississippi and Georgia and other places as well, where Black residents face higher rates of those chronic, preventable diseases and illnesses such as hypertension, diabetes. They suffer disproportionately from things like stroke and heart attack. And too often they live miles from the nearest hospital or clinic, particularly in these rural areas, these rural parts of America where hospitals, we're seeing them close, we're seeing them shut down. We're seeing it more difficult for them to even access basic care. We see in places across Alabama where maternal mortality rates for Black women are more than double that of white women. And I'm proud to be from the state of Alabama, but I'm not proud of all of its health statistics. In fact, I'm not proud of most of them. Alabama is America's worst state for maternal mortality. More women die after childbirth in the state of Alabama than anywhere else in America, period. And that's not just Black women, that's women in general. And so the disparity for Black women is alarming, more alarming in that context, and it's just unacceptable. We are seeing across the state of Alabama, particularly in our rural counties, which, if you know anything about the South, those rural counties in the South typically have higher Black populations, going back to the historical role and the historical place that they were for slavery and the descendants. They stayed there. And we're seeing hospitals in these rural communities shut down. And this leads to cuts in just general healthcare services, and they create healthcare deserts, forcing folks to drive, in some cases, literally hours for basic care. In some cases, literally well over an hour to be able to get to a hospital. And just in my home state alone, in this district that I'm running in, we saw several that I ran in, rather. We saw several hospitals close just across the 13 districts, the 13 counties that compose my district, just while I was running for office. We saw at least 4 shutter. 4. And we are on pace in my district alone to see every single hospital close within the next several years that are not located pretty much in just Mobile or Montgomery. And that is unacceptable because it creates conditions that make it tougher for black people to be able to receive care, for all people to be able to receive care. But the disparities in access, we know, are well documented. So we know that that burden will disproportionately hit the African American community. And this is places that have contributed so much to this nation. Places like Tuskegee, Alabama, that gave us so much. Places like Troy, Alabama, that gave us John Lewis. Places like Montgomery, Alabama, where their largest hospital is in bankruptcy right now. And so we have to be cognizant of the impact that this is going to continue to have on the African American community, and we have to be focused on solutions. But we also have to understand how we got here. This is not just something that we stumbled upon. It's not that the data didn't show us that this was coming. This is the result of historic underinvestment and the direct result of policy choices historically and policy decisions that we continue to make to this day. I'm in Alabama. We're one of just 10 states that has not acted on the common wisdom of expanding Medicaid. And that is exacerbating the issues that we have from a healthcare standpoint. We haven't expanded Medicaid. This is in a state that, for all intents and purposes, has pretty much the lowest life expectancy in America. I think we're technically third by some decimal points, so congratulations. We live by a few more weeks longer in the state of Alabama than, say, West Virginia and Mississippi. Nothing to really be proud of. We're at the bottom of the barrel. And yet we haven't expanded Medicaid, which is one of the reasons that the first piece of legislation that I joined when I was fortunate enough to be sworn into this body was the Cover Now Act, which would allow counties and cities to be able to get Medicaid expansion funding directly and get through the resistance that the state has put up now for well over a decade. But we got to do better than that. We can continue to ring the alarm, but we have to do better. We have to address the underlying causes and the underlying issues here. We have to understand that these counties where these hospitals have been closing, that insurance remains out of reach because the jobs aren't there. We have to understand that preventative care in many of these places is also just a dream because the conditions of the communities don't warrant practitioners, healthcare practitioners, setting up shop there or staying there. And I don't care who you are. I come from Alabama. We treat Nick Saban, and rightfully so, as the greatest college football coach of all time. But I can tell you one thing about this. Nick Saban could not close a recruiting pitch to a business to come relocate in a county that does not have a hospital. I don't care who you are. Businesses don't want to relocate there. Hell, businesses don't even want to remain there. How do you get retirees to want to come back home where they grew up and set up shop, and you tell them, we don't have a hospital, we don't have a geriatrician? 7 of the 13 counties in my district don't even have a pediatrician. So we have to get serious. We have to get serious about addressing this issue in the community. It is an existential threat. It truly is. And we know the other statistics, right? Black Alabamians are more likely to suffer from diabetes and the amputations that result from them, or to die from untreated cancers or undiagnosed cancers or late diagnosed cancers, and experience preventable complications from just general chronic illnesses. When it comes to kidney disease and dialysis access, and this is alarming. Last time I was home, You know, people in the state of Alabama have been trying to get me to come visit as many healthcare facilities as possible to shed light and to give more context behind what's really happening in the healthcare system in the state of Alabama. And so the dialysis community brought me in for a tour last week in Montgomery, Alabama, at the DeVita Center. And you walk in there, and you see these nurses and technicians that are doing God's work and keeping people alive. But one thing jumps out at you. One thing. You can't help but see that every patient in there looks like me. Every kidney dialysis patient looks like me. And so I ask, I'm like, is this just a certain day, or is this how it goes? And they had representatives from 5 or 6 facilities there, and all of them said the same thing. No, our patient rolls are about 90% black. 90% black. And that is because this is impacting people of African American descent and black people in this country in ways that it's not impacting other races. And we have an obligation, we have a moral duty as a nation to figure out why. And that's why cuts to things like NIH ain't productive. It's not helpful. It's harmful. If you ever want to be shocked, if you want your conscience to be shocked, walk into a dialysis treatment facility in probably any community in this country, and you do the statistics yourself, and you ask yourself why that is, and why can't we figure that out, and why are we not investing more resources and more time and more attention and focus on trying to improve healthcare outcomes for black people in this country? We have to. We must. And so we must start this process by expanding Medicaid in states like mine in the state of Alabama. We must do that because nobody should have to choose between getting treatment and putting food on the table. There are too many people who should be able to go see a doctor who are not because they have refused to expand Medicaid. But we also have to invest in our healthcare infrastructure, particularly in our rural healthcare infrastructure, bringing back those hospitals and clinics and bringing in telehealth hubs, leveraging every resource we have to improve healthcare outcomes. We have to increase funding for black maternal health initiatives because this is something that these are problems that we should not be having in 2025. In 2025, we should not be having nearly as many women die from childbirth complications and pregnancy-related causes as we do. And when you look at the disparities racially, it is stark, it is shocking, and we have to get to the bottom of why that is. And we have to continue to address those environmental health threats in places like Alabama and across the country, where you see disproportionately higher rates of cancer in certain communities because they're located in certain places. We have to be serious about this. And so it is a privilege to be able to speak on the importance of this issue, especially under the leadership of Representative Clyburn, and I yield back.
I thank Mr. Figgers for his comments. And Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
Well, thank you very much. I want to take just a couple of minutes to thank all of my colleagues from the Congressional Black Caucus for being here this evening and to reiterate a little of what we have heard here today. I represent a congressional district in South Carolina that includes zip code 29203. It happens to be the zip code that I live in, Columbia, South Carolina. My house in Columbia is about 5 or 6 minutes from the University of South Carolina's, the site of the new medical school of the University of South Carolina. I represent the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. But the zip code I live in the zip code that that new medical school will be located in, 29203, is the home of the highest percentage of amputations because of the late detection of diabetes. Now, there's a reason for that. There's a reason. And we all know what that reason is. And we must, as a Congress, as a country, do the things that are necessary to remove these disparities. There's no reason for people living within the shadow of two medical schools and some of the best hospitals, but because of the socioeconomic conditions, they cannot avail themselves of the services in these buildings that they live in the shadows of. We've got to make health care more accessible and more affordable for all of our citizens. It's a great system that we have. There are people I've traveled with on Codels who will refuse to go to a doctor or even a dentist in another country waiting to get back home to avail themselves of this great healthcare system that we got in this country. But the problem is, it is not accessible to everybody, not affordable by everybody, and that is what we are to do something about. We have the ways to do it. I would hope that over the next several days and weeks, we will develop the will that is necessary to do so. And with that, I'll yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, I, along with several colleagues, are here to discuss Ukraine and the necessity of Ukraine winning the war against Russia's invasion. I will be joined by Congressman Mike Quigley of Illinois and Congresswoman Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania. Please let me remind, as I begin, the President of our country, our Vice President and Secretary of State, that freedom means never surrender. Liberty must never capitulate to dictatorship. America does not live alone on this earth. Our nation lives in a free world alliance, and this alliance is being tested globally every single day. Especially America's leaders cannot turn their back to Russia's murderous forces bearing down, including illegally, on Ukraine. History is clear. The dictatorship of Russia takes what is not theirs. Russia invades territory that does not belong to it. If one looks at this map, just going to move it here. Russia is a vast country of 11 time zones. It does not lack for territory. Here is Ukraine. Just think about that. Just think about that. And west of that lies Europe. Just study the map. If you know nothing about Europe and that vast continent, think about 11 time zones and then our closest allies in the free world. Just let that settle. The facts speak for themselves. If you need more proof, ask Poland. or Georgia, or Estonia, or Latvia, Lithuania, and a dozen other countries that Russia covets. They cast off the Russian bear just a few decades ago, and now Russia wants them back. She taunts our closest military allies across the European continent. But together, we and our allies honor our collective memory of our collective sacrifice and bloodshed that built the free world that the generation before us gave us. The Trump administration has proposed that the United States abandon and even scold our European allies. And let me be clear, our nation intergenerationally and painstakingly has built the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a global fortress of democratic nations. Across Europe, from the ruins of World Wars I and II, lie the precious graves of 411,516 Americans, soldiers, and 35, no one knows exactly, 35 to 50 million Europeans who died fighting or in the crossfire. These heroes and heroines fought for the cause of liberty. But then they built a world order in which they attempted to enshrine it, and forged from that coalition of suffering, our joint commitment to defend freedom above all else prevails. This moment for Ukraine, Russia, Ukraine, is a key moment in history. It is our generation's crucial test: freedom or subjugation. No succor can be allowed to a murderous dictatorship, no matter how many of Russia's rich oligarchs seek to plunder and steal from the sacred soils and minerals of Ukraine. The free West must stand united and say no. Freedom lovers must not ignore history. Putin's illegal invasion of Crimea and other stolen territories in Ukraine should be forbidden and turned back. Conquest is his perversion and his corruption. No stolen territory from Ukraine should be ceded to Putin. Spanning 11 time zones, Russia holds enough territory, and having traveled there many times, Vladimir Putin ought to take care of his own country. They've got major problems. Putin should help his own nation thrive again. He has no need for Ukraine, which is among the poorest nations in Europe, and look how they are fighting for liberty. It brings tears to your eyes. Putin's plunder seeks to reconstitute the vanquished Soviet dictatorship that extended as far west as here. He wants those smaller countries. He wants them back. He longs for them, but they are not his. Putin now issues an ultimatum. There will be no peace deal, he says, unless Ukraine agrees to surrender territory that Russia ruthlessly and illegally seized and invaded, this little country, just as he did in Georgia. The United States, as leader of the free world, must never, ever genuflect to tyrants. Aggressor Putin wants the United States to walk away from the negotiating table. According to the terms the U.S. Vice President and Secretary of State laid out today, those terms include ceding Ukraine's territory to Russia. I say no. Niet. Ne volno. No. The fact is, Russia is losing the war it started without provocation. In 2014, she began, during the Olympics, so no one would notice how she went in the back door. It is losing the war that Putin started. He escalated it in even bloodier fashion when he initiated a full-scale invasion in the year of 2022. And sadly, at every step of the way, the Trump administration has conceded to Putin's demands without Ukraine's consent. He cannot negotiate for Ukraine. It is not his. Russia does not recognize international agreements. It never has. For example, following World War II, Russia broke its border commitments made at the Yalta Conference with its conquest of Poland. That caused Poland to disappear as a free nation until the very brave Solidarność demonstrators in Poland tripwired the collapse of the Soviet Union beginning in 1989. Then in 1994, Russia signed the Budapest Memorandum to guarantee Ukrainian security, and for that, Ukraine gave up all the nuclear weapons that were staged in Ukraine. In 2014, while the Olympics were ongoing in Sochi, then Putin invaded Ukraine when people were distracted around the world, and later turned that into a full-scale invasion in 2022. But to his surprise, Ukraine has held them off. Recently, Putin even violated the ceasefire on targeting energy and civilian infrastructure just negotiated by the Trump administration a few weeks ago. Putin cannot keep a deal. This should make it crystal clear that dictator Vladimir Putin and his thug Russian state simply cannot be trusted. Read history. Why would the U.S. President, Vice President, Secretary of State, or any world leader believe that communist dictator Vladimir Putin and the Russian regime will hold to any peace agreement? Russia never keeps its word. The only way to force Russia to abide by such an agreement is to include strong security guarantees for Ukraine. The world community must do that. A peace accord must ensure Russia will remain inside its own borders or face serious global sanctions so severe they will cripple and collapse the Russian economy. Short of that, with the U.S. President, Vice President, and Secretary of State apparent abdication, Ukraine has everything to lose and Russia everything to gain. Who would want that outcome? What kind of mindset? The White House isn't leading a legitimate peace process. It is enabling the globally aggressive reach of the most lethal dictatorship in Europe. The most lethal dictatorship in Europe. The free world must not allow this. Putin will take everything he wants and more unless he is stopped. America must not appease dictators. We should support our fierce allies to fight dictatorship with every fiber in our being. Ukraine needs ammunition and arms. We must send them. They are not asking us to fight, but they are asking us to help arm them with our European allies. Defending Freedom's alliance is our highest calling here, to protect and defend the American people and our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Please allow me now to yield to our capable co-chair of the Ukraine caucus from the great city of Chicago, Congressman Mike Quigley.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we want peace. Ukraine desperately wants peace, but not at the result of what would be, in effect, a Putin-Russian victory. We want peace, not appeasement. Appeasement that would reward a brutal Russian invasion, with land gains that officially recognize Crimea as Russia, with land gains that give de facto recognition to 4 other large areas. Then in time, Putin would recognize his ability to come back and finish the job. We want peace, but not without security assurances from U.S. and its allies. We want peace, but not without accountability. I stood on the grounds of Bucha, the mass grave. I've seen the flattened maternity hospital. I've learned of the kids kidnapped, the tens of thousands by the Russians, Ukrainian children, taken into Russia, never to see their families again. We want peace, but not with what would in effect be a message to autocrats and tyrants across the world that they have a green light to take lands not their own. And recognizing that Putin's ambitions go well beyond Ukraine. to Moldova, Georgia, the Baltics, Poland, coupled with this administration's proclamation that, in effect, NATO is on its own. Despite, as I paraphrase, the concerns raised by Secretary Austin and General Milley, that if we don't stop Putin's aggression now, we will pay later with more blood and dollars. We must recognize at the same time that you simply can't trust Putin to keep a deal, which is why those security guarantees are so important. Indeed, our leadership here is a strategic and moral imperative. But this administration has never said who it wants to win this war. It has blamed Ukraine for starting the war. It has put absolutely no pressure on Putin to negotiate in good faith, while it paused aid to Ukraine. The president has finally recognized what is obvious to the rest of the world. Putin is in no hurry to be engaged in peace talks. He knows he has a 4 or 6 to 1 manpower advantage, and he treats his troops as cannon fodder. And he knows that this administration will not provide another aid package. So we have to ask ourselves, why does this matter at this point? For the same reasons we fought the Second World War, to prevent a sovereign democratic nation from being wiped off the face of the earth. For the same reason we formed NATO. For the same reasons we formed the United Nations. It's effective and important now to remember the presidents who have echoed these warnings and these concerns. In FDR's last inaugural, he said, "We have learned that to have a friend, you need to be a friend, and that our welfare is dependent upon the welfare of nations far away." And in John F. Kennedy's inaugural address, when he talked of opposing any foe and supporting any friend to aid the causes of liberty. And finally, ironically, the Reagan Doctrine, which we have supported ever since, that we will support our allies against Soviet aggression at any cost. Unfortunately, the Reagan Doctrine seems to be lost upon what was once the party of Reagan. So it's for those reasons we must continue this and do what we can to support our allies and our friends, because it's in our interest too. And I finish with Slava Ukraini. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Quigley, and thank you for your strong, constant support of Ukraine. Thank you so very much for representing the state of Illinois and the thousands and tens of thousands of citizens there who so deeply care about victory for Ukraine. Let me now move to a highly capable member from the great state of Pennsylvania, the eastern part of Pennsylvania, Congresswoman Madeline Dean.
Well, I thank you, Representative Marcy Kaptur and Representative Mike Quigley, for so ably and so faithfully and so loyally co-chairing the Ukraine caucus for us, and for bringing us here to the floor tonight to remember how urgent it is that we support Ukraine, how urgent it is that we support a peace process that results in the protection of the sovereignty of Ukraine and its democracy. You know, we've reached a Chamberlain or Churchill moment. As ceasefire negotiations start and stop between Ukraine and Russia, the United States must stand firm in our support of Ukraine's young democracy. History makes clear that appeasing a bloodthirsty dictator in Europe simply does not work. It only encourages him to continue his aggression, press for more territory, and shed more innocent blood. Just last week, Russia launched a barbaric missile strike on Kyiv that killed and injured more than 100 Ukrainians. Since Russia began this unprovoked war more than 3 years ago, tens of thousands of Ukrainians have paid with their lives, and we must never forget the more than 20,000 children from Ukraine who have been forcibly deported by Russia and remain missing. I remind our president and our vice president that it was Putin who started this ruthless and illegal war more than 3 years ago, and we must not forget 11 years ago in Crimea, to endorse a so-called peace deal that fulfills Russia's every wish and forces our Ukrainian allies to bend to Putin's will by ceding their sovereign territory is beyond disgraceful. It is disgusting. It is un-American. You know, this weekend I was struck by the images of President Trump's private meeting with President Zelensky at the Vatican, which took place as the world mourns the passing of Pope Francis. Pope Francis, a global leader of humility, empathy, service, a faithful man who advocated for peace, not appeasement. That must be our goal. Last week, I joined a bipartisan group of lawmakers on a trip to the United Kingdom, Israel, Jordan, and Denmark to meet with our allies abroad. I met with European leaders, and over I heard the same refrain, that they want to work with us. They want us to stay with them. They are increasing their military support for defense, as is their obligation, and they want to do whatever we can to ensure Ukraine's protection and sovereignty. Because what happens to Ukraine and its young democracy happens to theirs, happens to ours. You know, the conversations were filled with such emotion and a clear desire to do the right thing. So as ceasefire talks continue, may we strive for an end to this devastating war, to its suffering for all of Europe, frankly, but obviously so much so for the people of Ukraine. And we must do it through strength. I'll end with this. With the passing of the Holy Father, I'm holding on to a promise of my faith. He reminded us over and over again of the Gospel of Matthew. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Please, this administration, help bring us peace, no appeasement, peace through the sovereignty of the democracy that is Ukraine, our friend and our ally. Thank you, and I yield back.
Congresswoman Dean, so very much for joining us and for your firm support of Ukraine, all you've done to give light to the children of Ukraine, and thousands upon thousands, over 20,000 minimum, stolen by Russia and taken back to Russia from the arms of their parents in Ukraine as Russia tries to reprogram their brain to become Russian, I think that your leadership on that has been very important during this entire period of the war, and for all the people that have died needlessly, as Ukraine is the scrimmage line for liberty on the European continent, and the map behind you so well illustrates. Any American or reasonable person looking at that would say, why is Russia picking on such a small country? And the fierce fighting that the Ukrainians have exhibited, their bravery against that is profound. And I'm just so honored to, and I know you feel the same way, to have met President Zelensky, so many of his advisors, individuals in the military, wounded soldiers. Russia has lost over 100,000 soldiers. We're not sure how many. It's a lot. Those soldiers didn't have to die. They could be doing things in Russia to help Russia. I've traveled there. I've seen this level at which people live. The Russian people deserve better. Why is Putin wasting all this money on arms? He needs to be investing in housing. I've gone up 8-story skyscrapers where, I won't even talk about the sanitary conditions, but they were not good. I have been into wards with people who are mentally ill, and I've seen how the sad situation in which they live. I couldn't even imagine someone from my family having to exist in those conditions. I've walked across the country in different places and met Russians who were trying to make a go of it by growing food and getting it into the bigger cities. And I've tried to visit religious institutions in Russia and learned how the government there suppresses free religious expression. They force any church there, if they even allow it in, to speak in Russian. not the native language, let's say, of where the people might come from, who would want to have that ceremony in multilingual or even translated, be able to listen to that. Russia doesn't do that. She's very, very inward, and the birth rate is going down in Russia. That's one reason that, and I've been in birth wards in Russia. I wouldn't recommend that to any woman. If you could see how poorly they are accoutered, how poorly they're provided for. There's a major alcoholism and drug problem in Russia as well. And so I think Vladimir Putin ought to take care of his own people and not have dibs on Ukraine just because he's one of the largest militaries in the world. I think the Ukrainian valor has been astounding, don't you?
Oh, I do. They are noble, what they have done.
Oh, my goodness. And they need everything. They need tourniquets. They need, I mentioned arms. They need to be remembered. The government of the United States is only about a quarter of our economy, but 75% of our economy is private. People can send boxes. They can remember them. They can send money through Western Union to the people of Ukraine to help those who are living in Poland in order to help them meet the costs of having the refugees that come from Ukraine into Poland. There's so much Americans can do. People in my district raised money to send a shower, for them to buy a shower, so they would put it in the local school so that people could actually clean themselves, and where the lights keep going off and Russia makes it hard for people. You can send seed so that it's easier for people to be able to plant in their gardens. They're very thrifty. They're very practical people. They're educated. Many of the Ukrainians I meet speak several languages. They're very, very, they want to meet the world. They don't want to be put inside a cage again. And that is really what they face. I wanted to say a few things about my family. If you wanted to add anything now, I wanted to mention a few of the people I've met who fought during World War II and allowed for some of Europe to be free.
Well, maybe I will end by just saying, again, thank you, Representative Kaptur, for the lead you have taken on this. It means a lot to my district. As you know, I have a very large Ukrainian-American population, cultural center, churches, and just extraordinary constituents. I've learned so much from them. And as you say, they have prepared, whether they're Ukrainian-American or not. Folks in my district care desperately about this. I have one woman who has been physically a part of delivering ambulances to Ukraine, and so many other material. So we ought to look at the folks, the people of Ukraine, led by President Zelensky, with such admiration. We ought to say we should do everything we possibly can to support them, everything they need to win. We have to finish that sentence. Everything they need to win. And the win must not be through some sort of appeasement. It will not help. It will not work. Putin will go on and seek other territory and other land. He's very hungry for that. We must learn the lessons of Neville Chamberlain in 38 and 39, where he thought he was going somewhere toward peace. And of course, 1 year later, Hitler walked into Poland. So with that, I just thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava.
And I know that the people that are listening tonight and will hear our words, people say, what can we do, Marcy? What can we do to really help them? And I said, you know what? Children in classrooms can write little notes and send them. If they use the internet, if they have internet capability, send them a note. Teachers all over our country. Don't expect just the government of the United States to do this. The American people are powerful in their own right. If you could do shoe drives where you have a school or a company and you see that everybody's got some pair of shoes that doesn't fit them, that still has a lot of good wear, put them in a box, send them off. The same thing is true with aspirin. Little things creams for people's hands. They work with their hands, gloves to work in the soil. They raise their own food. They live at a simple level. Sweaters, boots to keep the men as they go through the forests, bicycles. There are so many things that are needed there that we just throw away. Material. plastic so that they can keep the wind out of their very humble homes in the wintertime. I think there's so many things that people just take for granted that are here, but are, especially during a time of war, so expensive for them because they are having, their salaries have been cut. And I think Americans can do a lot. Be creative. Do for them what you would do for your own family. And I wanted to mention, as I think about, I reflect, when I was first elected to Congress, there was a congressman from California named Tom Lantos. He was a Holocaust survivor. And I remember him coming. He was from Hungary, and he was imprisoned by Hitler. And he used to come to the floor, and he fought so hard for the fall of the Soviet Union and for liberty across Europe. And I remember him. I want to honor him this evening and say to his family, I know some live in New Hampshire, others live in California. They're scattered in different places, I think. But he was such a great inspiration to us because of what he had suffered. And he was driven to assure that what happened in his lifetime would never happen again. And that is what is at stake right now. Liberty in Europe, our closest allies. We do not live on this world alone. We have 340 million people. China has 1.5 billion. Russia has about 130 million. Other countries in Europe have much smaller populations, but when the United States puts its population and our military strength together with our NATO allies, with our allies in the Pacific, all of a sudden you can see liberty's umbrella, and it is armed to protect our people. And to date, we have been able to do that. So I give credit to members like Tom Lantos. Also, when I arrived, we had a congressman named Jack Brooks of Texas who'd been a pilot, decorated during World War II, never talked about it, didn't talk about his honors. And I can remember when John Kennedy was killed, Jack Brooks was on that airplane that came back to Washington with the body of John Kennedy, who fought during World War II, a young president that we lost because of assassination here, but who had fought for our liberty. I remember today we paid honor to John LaFalce. As a younger member of Congress, I remember going with Congressman LaFalce on a delegation over to Europe during the 1980s. When I was first elected, the first decade of my service. And I pay tribute to him and to what he taught us, what we saw. I pay tribute to my own family, to Uncle Stanley Rogowski, who was D-Day 4 on Normandy beaches, wounded in action, came home, lived a full life, helped educate me about what liberty really is. Freedom from oppression. Freedom is the condition of being free. Liberty is being freed from tyranny. And he was a part of that. Alexander Drabeck from my own district, a great soldier who was Army and was the first man across the Remagen Bridge in Germany, which was the turning point of the war. And finally, to Roger Durbin, the veteran of our country, Army, who gave me the idea to create the World War II Memorial here, where now over 100 million people have visited in memory of our heroes and our heroines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back. Slava Ukraini.
For what purpose does a woman from Ohio request recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion to adjourn the House.
The question is the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.